Chapter 1203. Li Dan truly did listen to his twin sister, Taiping. Taiping had been doted on by Wu Zetian since childhood and had a strong personality. Li Dan, on the other hand, had been cautious since childhood and had long since lost his edge. He found it difficult to refuse Taiping's insistence. In addition, Li Dan had been emperor for 8 years and crown prince for more than a decade. He had always been attacked and framed by the Wu clan, and it was all thanks to Princess Taiping's support. Li Dan was not a cold-blooded person like Li Xian. After receiving such kindness, he felt indebted and naturally could not be unyielding. Thus, under Princess Taiping's persuasion, Li Dan finally agreed to go to the palace and resolve the dilemma of the officials not daring to go to court. They quickly changed horses and left the Prince of Xiang's estate, entering the imperial palace through a side gate. When the Prince of Xiang saw young Emperor Li Zhongmao under house arrest in the Divine Dragon Hall, he first comforted his nephew and then went with him to the peaceful Fortune Gate to console the officials. Young Emperor Li Zhongmao stood on the walls and saw countless officials kneeling before him. He could not help but look in fear at his uncle Li Dan, completely forgetting what he had been taught. Seeing this, Li Dan could only sigh inwardly and repeat what he had been told. With each sentence Li Dan spoke, Li Zhongmao loudly declared, "Ministers, Empress Wei coveted the divine artifact and has been executed. I have nothing to ask of them. My subjects, please do not be too alarmed." Lu Youqiu whispered to Li Longji, "Prince, we should have the emperor publicly announce that Empress Wei killed Emperor Xian with poison. Only then can the verdict be sealed and there be no more doubts." Li Longji sighed softly and said with a wry smile, "My father's temperament. If it weren't for Aunt Taiping's persuasion, I'm afraid he would have cut himself off from the world and shut himself in to prove his innocence. How could I dare to ask for more?" Young Emperor Li Zhongmao spread his arms on the walls and loudly declared, "Many of the common people in the city have been harassed by the rebels. We are truly uneasy and have specially exempted the people of the city from taxes for half a year to recuperate. Ministers, you may enter the Golden Hall and discuss the affairs of the state." After Li Dan's death, young Emperor Li Zhongmao had been a puppet in Empress Wei's hands. The entire world knew of this. Now that Empress Wei had been executed and he had fallen into Li Longji's hands, he was still someone who could not make decisions. The officials would not believe him if he were to go to the city to appease them. But this time, the Prince of Xiang was accompanying him to ascend the city. Who was the Prince of Xiang? That was Li Longji's father. Just by standing there, he was a guarantee of his credibility, so the officials naturally didn't doubt him. Therefore, when Li Zhongmao issued the edict, the officials all felt at ease. They all expressed their gratitude and accepted the edict, standing in line and preparing to enter the palace. Seeing this, Li Longji's worried heart finally relaxed. This farce has finally come to an end. The next day, afternoon, a small boat on Longqing Lake. Shanghai Wanner, wearing a bamboo hat and green clothes, was sitting on the side of the boat. She wasn't wearing any shoes or socks, and her trousers were rolled up. A pair of sparkling and beautiful jade feet were submerged in the clear lake water. She held a fishing rod in her hand, but her face didn't have the tranquility of a fisherman. Instead, she looked around with high spirits. Yang Fan, dressed in casual clothes, came out of the cabin. He jumped into the air and mischievously sat down next to her. The boat rocked, and Shanghai Wanner cried out and hurriedly leaned against the side of the boat. Once the boat stabilized, she rebuked him with a fist. Yang Fan smiled. "How is it? Suddenly leaving the imperial court and no longer wielding that imperial brush you used to rule the world. Are you used to it?" Shanghai Wanner took a deep breath of the fresh and free wind and cheerfully said, "This is the life I want." In Luoyang, it was only when I accompanied Empress Etienne to perch at the Dragon Gate that I occasionally had the chance to wander alone in the forest and enjoy a few moments of freedom. As she said this, she became a little sad. She gently leaned her head on Yang Fan's shoulder and stared at the blue lake in front of her. She softly said, "I was chained to the palace since I was born. It was like walking on thin ice or facing an abyss. When I grew up, I suffered from lovesickness. I missed my mother, my husband, and my daughter. It was rare to see them, and I couldn't live in peace. Until today, I finally have my freedom. Langjun, I like this kind of life very much. Yang Fan couldn't help but hug her tightly. He bathed in the warm sunshine with her, and his body and mind were warm. After a while, Yang Fan said, "Good. Then from now on, I will accompany you to travel around the world." Wana looked back happily and smiled. "Really? If you are willing to stay in the imperial court, you will definitely get a great achievement. Are you willing to give it up?" Yang Fan blushed and said, "I have already given up." Wana pursed her lips and smiled. "That can only happen when the world is at peace. I heard that in the morning court today, there were palace servants and eunuchs who wanted to make young Emperor Li Zhongmao's mother Empress Dowager and assist him from behind the curtains. Is there going to be another incident?" Yang Fan smiled and patted her back. "Ah, you just left the imperial court, and you're already too lazy to think about politics. Do a bunch of palace servants and eunuchs have such guts? This is just one of Sanlang's tricks." Yang Fan stretched his back and said, Li Sanlang's move forced the young emperor to immediately rebuke the suggestions and confess his innocence, thoroughly destroying the fantasies of some of the foreign officials. Moreover, he also borrowed the young emperor's hand to dismiss the subordinates of the princesses. With the exception of Taiping, all the princess's government offices have been abolished. Wanner's eyes flickered. She happily said, "This man is smart. He is extraordinary." Yang Fan agreed. "And he is decisive in killing, resolute, and unyielding. The Prince of Xiang's sons are not just a little stronger than the sons of the previous emperor." Li Longji rode out of Princess Taiping's estate in high spirits. Li Longji and his subordinates discussed the matter. They all felt that they should strike while the iron was hot and directly support the Prince of Xiang as emperor. But the Prince of Xiang was already indifferent to fame and wealth, and even hated it. It would not be easy to persuade him. If there was anyone in the world who could persuade the Prince of Xiang to change his mind, it was Princess Taiping. So Li Longji once more visited Princess Taiping and obtained his aunt's promise. When he left the estate, Li Longji was filled with joy. "Stop! Who's there?" Chang, and had just experienced a period of turmoil and could not be considered peaceful. Thus, Li Longji had brought quite a few bodyguards with him to visit Princess Taiping. Although they could not compare to the Imperial Patrol, the bodyguards were still like wolves and tigers. Unexpectedly, just as they left Princess Taiping's house, a person suddenly rushed out of the gate. The bodyguards paled in fright, thinking that it was an assassin. They immediately unsheathed their swords and spears. "Don't attack! Don't attack! Royal Prince, I'm Maozhong, I'm Maozhong." Li Longji did not panic. He reined in his horse, but when he suddenly heard that person shout, Li Longji couldn't help but raise his brow and yell, "Bring him over!" The bodyguards parted to the left and right, opening a path. The person who had been stopped immediately ran to Li Longji's horse, his face wreathed in smiles. "Royal Prince." Li Longji had heard the voice just now and knew that it was Wang Maozhong. Now, he saw that this person was dressed like a traveling merchant and had a pouch slung over his shoulder. Although his appearance was rather disheveled, wasn't it Wang Maozhong? Li Longji's thick brows shot up as he angrily said, "Bastard thing, you still dare to come back." Wang Maozhong dropped to his knees and cried bitterly as he cowed out. "Royal Prince, forgive me. Royal Prince, forgive me. This lowly one has always been timid, and it's not like Royal Prince doesn't know this. This lowly one has always had this problem, a rat's gall. But this lowly one has always been loyal to Royal Prince." Li Longji angrily scolded, "Since you've already left, why did you come back?" Wang Maozhong kowtowed as if he was pounding garlic. "Royal Prince, please understand, this lowly one is as timid as a rat. That day, when I saw that Zhong Xiaojing refused to open the door, I was so scared that my courage broke. I didn't know what to think, but I just ran away in a panic. But this lowly one has served Royal Prince since I was young and never thought of leaving Royal Prince. After I left, this lowly one also knew that I had done something wrong and didn't dare to go back to see Royal Prince. I also didn't know where to go. Royal Prince, Wang Maozhong's snot and tears flowed down his face, making Li Longji feel both angry and amused. He was also well aware of Wang Maozhong's timid nature. Now that he was crying so sorrowfully and had obediently confessed to running away out of fear, Li Longji couldn't help but soften his heart. Wang Maozhong had been his companion since childhood, and Li Longji was also a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Thinking about how they had interacted with each other since childhood, especially when he had accompanied his father in being placed under house arrest in the Eastern Palace, he had suffered with him. Thinking about how Empress Wei's peaceful death of the late emperor was his good idea, Li Longji exhaled heavily and raised his horsewhip to fiercely whip him, causing Wang Maozhong to quiver. Li Longji scolded, "Get up! Are you trying to embarrass me on the street? I'll deal with you when we get back." When Wang Maozhong heard this, he was overjoyed. He knew that the royal prince had forgiven him. He hurriedly kowtowed 3 more times and crawled up, saying, "This lowly one is not worthy of royal prince's great use. I'm just a lowly person who leads the horse and follows the horse. As long as I can serve royal prince, I'll be happy." Li Longji snorted and laughingly scolded, "What a bootlicker!" He then whipped the horse and galloped away. Wang Maozhong hurriedly spread his legs and happily chased after the horses, but Maozhongnan, Liu family's villa. Shenmu slowly walked in with his hands behind his back. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he slowly walked out again. Lan Jinhai went up to greet him, saying, "Sect leader." Shenmu shook his head, saying, "The room is empty. This kid, he's quick to act." Lan Jinhai said, "Should we send out scouts to scout around?" Shenmu waved his hand, saying, "Since he is already considered failure, he must have a way out. If we send people to chase now, how can they catch up? Also, Empress Wei has just been executed, and the scouts from the court are out. We should not cause trouble now and attract the court's attention." He rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, saying, "This time his forces have all been lured out and captured in one fell swoop. He's the only one left. Even if he escapes, can he do any harm?" Shenmu snapped his fingers and confidently said, "This time, we've killed quite a lot. Let's go and find Yang Fan to split the loot." The mountains were connected, the peaks were connected, the valleys were deep and cliffs were precipitous. The mountains were high and the roads were narrow. Liu Binji guarded the pass alone, wearing a green robe and bamboo hat. He stood on the majestic city gate tower at Tong Pass, looking in the direction of the ancient city of Chang'an. The wind fluttered his clothes, making him want to ride the wind. Ding Yu stood at the side, looking at him worriedly. Liu Binji gazed for a long time, his eyes flashing with a trace of ruthlessness, saying, "Chang'an, Shenmu, Yang Fan, one day I will return." Chapter 1204. After seeing Li Longji off, Princess Taiping immediately ordered, "Prepare a carriage. I am going to the palace." The palace was currently guarded by the 10,000 cavalry and winged cavalry, but they were actually all under Li Longji's control. On Li Longji's list, only a few people could freely enter and leave the palace, and one of them was Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping entered the palace and immediately went to see young Emperor Li Zhongmao. Li Zhongmao still lived in the Eastern Palace. This was a very strange matter. In the past, Empress Wei had forcibly occupied the Hall of Sweet Dew. Now that the Hall of Sweet Dew was empty, he, the emperor, still lived in the Eastern Palace. It seemed that after Wu Zetian, Li Xian, Li Dan, and Li Zhongmao had all become addicted to living in the Eastern Palace. Although Li Zhongmao was young, he was not ignorant of the ways of the world. He was truly tired of sitting on this fearless and emotionless throne. He also knew that he had been pushed onto the throne by Empress Wei in order to make it easier for her to wield power. But now, there was someone who did not want him to continue being a puppet. Princess Taiping explained the purpose of her visit. There was no need for righteousness or threats, and the young emperor agreed, as if relieved of a heavy burden. In truth, Princess Taiping also knew that there would be no resistance from Li Zhongmao, but becoming emperor was a major event. She could not just send a random servant to the palace to inform the young emperor. This trip had to be taken. Seeing that Li Zhongmao was very tactful, Princess Taiping slowly said, "Very good. The country of our ancestors needs a promising ruler. You can't shoulder this heavy responsibility, so it's fine if you become a Prince of Peace. Prepare well. Tomorrow morning court. Abdicate the throne to the Prince of Xiang." Li Zhongmao hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. After Princess Taiping left the Eastern Palace, she wanted to go to the Prince of Xiang's estate. The emperor only needed to say a few words. The real difficulty lay with the Prince of Xiang. Princess Taiping knew very well that her brother was not pretending. He really did not want to be emperor. As Taiping walked, she thought about what she would say when she saw the Prince of Xiang. She suddenly gave a bitter laugh. You don't want to be emperor, but everyone does everything they can to make you emperor. And I am also of the blood of the emperor. Even if I could be a good emperor, it is only because I am a woman. The heavenly Tao is so unfair. Taiping sighed inwardly, feeling disappointed and indignant. Ever since she had the thought of an emperor in her heart, she felt the great temptation of the throne more and more intensely. Its temptation was omnipresent and irresistible. Regardless of whether one's original intention was to do evil or good, in the end, it could make people become its slaves without hesitation. However, everyone who was willing to be enslaved by this power did so willingly and without any regard for their own safety, just like Princess Taiping at this moment. She had always believed that her purpose of seizing the imperial power was good. It was to better govern the country passed down by her ancestors. However, she did not realize that greed was also blinding her mind. But no matter how much she desired to ascend to the throne, her rationality told her that it was impossible, at least for now. Even if she was a man, as long as her brother was still alive, she would not be able to ascend to the throne. A dozen or so eunuchs were carrying a heavy coffin, walking along the imperial road. As soon as they saw Princess Taiping, they stopped respectfully and retreated to the roadside. Taiping asked in surprise, "Whose coffin is this? Why hasn't it been cleared out of the palace?" A eunuch hurried to her and respectfully said, "Your Highness, this coffin contains Shangguan Zhaorong." Oh, Princess Taiping's body shook. She looked at the coffin with a complicated expression and said, "The Zheng family still hasn't sent someone to collect the corpse?" The eunuch replied, "Yes. Perhaps it is because there are too many things in the palace. The Zheng family doesn't dare to inquire about Shangguan Zhaorong's whereabouts. Or perhaps it is because Shangguan Zhaorong has been labeled as a rebel and the Zheng family is afraid." Princess Taiping had a bitter feeling in her heart. Even though she did not know Yang Fan's plan, she was very clear that Shanghai did not die. There was no need for any other reason. Just from Yang Fan's reaction, it could be seen. Wan is with him right now. Princess Taiping first felt a wave of sadness, followed by jealousy and hatred. For a moment, her heart was filled with mixed feelings, and she could not tell what it is. Taiping was in a daze, and the eunuch did not dare to move. He stood obediently in front of her. After some time, Taiping regained her senses and plainly said, "Carry the coffin out of the palace. It is not a good idea to stay here forever. I will be responsible for burying Shangguan Zhaorong." The eunuch hesitated. "This, about Prince Linzi." Princess Taiping's phoenix eyes flashed with anger and a murderous aura appeared. "Did you not hear what I said?" The eunuch shuddered and quickly bowed. "Yes, your servant obeys." Princess Taiping took another look at the coffin and walked forward. The eunuch quickly waved his hand and instructed the eunuchs to turn around and carry the coffin, following behind Princess Taiping from afar. When a majestic and magnificent gate of heaven is in sight, the bitterness in Princess Taiping's heart has been blown away by the wind, turning cold and hard. Princess Taiping pondered and repeatedly assessed her imperial brother's character. Even though he has always been obedient to her, he will not easily agree to this matter that crosses his bottom line. Therefore, when they arrived at the Prince of Xiang's residence, she did not directly state her purpose of visit like she did with the young emperor. Princess Taiping only expressed to Li Dan that she was worried about young Emperor Zhongmao's ability to govern the country. Li Dan did not care about this. He was dressed in coarse clothes and looked like a gardener. He excitedly played with the flowers and plants that he had ordered people to find. After listening to Princess Taiping's explanation, Li Dan laughed. You need not worry about this. Our Tang dynasty has been through many trials and tribulations. Ever since Imperial Father passed away, we have been through a lot. The young emperor may be of mediocre talent, but our Tang dynasty has been through a lot and needs time to recuperate. It is not a bad thing for the son of heaven to rule. When Princess Taiping heard what he said, she couldn't help but secretly rejoice that she didn't directly tell him the idea of supporting him as the emperor. She followed his meaning and said, "What brother said is also reasonable. Maybe I was too impatient. It is just that young Emperor Zhong Mao is in doubt. Coupled with the fact that the Wei faction has just been executed, the court is still in turmoil. As the Prince of Xiang who assists the government and has been entrusted by Emperor Xian's posthumous edict, elder brother must assist the young emperor in this period of time so that the people of the country can be reassured." Li Dan finished arranging a pot of flowers and patted the dirt off his hands. He smiled. Good. Elder brother will have to work a little harder these days. Every day, I will stand in court and support the young emperor. In truth, you are 10 times more talented than me, and a woman surpasses a man. With you at court helping the young emperor manage the situation, there is no need for me to work so hard. Taiping smiled and said meaningfully, Elder brother has to go even if you don't want to. After all, elder brother is not a woman. The next morning, Li Xian woke up early and went to court. Since he was helping his nephew consolidate his power, Li Xian put in a lot of effort. He did not expect that his younger sister, son, nephew, and all the civil and military officials of the court had already decided to change the ruler of the country. Because it had only been 21 days since the death of Emperor Zhongzong of Tang, Li Xian had not yet been buried. Thus, the young emperor had to sit in the eastern corner of Taiji Palace, facing Li Xian's Palace. The Prince of Xiang, Li Xian, stood at the young emperor's side. Today was the day of the court conference. Princess Taiping, as the only princess in the Tang dynasty who had the authority to open a government office, appoint subordinates, and listen to politics, also attended in splendid attire. She stood at the right side of the young emperor, Li Zhongmao. Many of the officials had long since received the news that the emperor would be replaced. They could not conceal the excitement on their faces. Ever since the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, accompanied the young emperor, Li Zhongmao, to ascend the throne to appease the officials, the court had temporarily stabilized. However, the officials who had contributed to the coup had not yet been rewarded, and the vacant positions of the Wei clan had not yet been conferred. Originally, the officials thought that the court was busy cleaning up the mess and did not have the time to care about these things. Now, they naturally understood that these were deliberately left behind for the new emperor to express his gratitude to the officials. Now that the new emperor had been crowned, these rewards should be put on the agenda. When the officials entered the hall, before they could bow to the emperor, the dignified and graceful Princess Taiping, who was dressed in a splendid palace gown embroidered with golden peonies and a crown of flowers and pearls, suddenly stepped forward and said in a clear voice, "The country is restless. The emperor is still young and cannot govern the country. For the sake of the stability of the country, the emperor wishes to abdicate the throne to the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan. What do the ministers think?" Li Dan paled when he heard this. Before he could react, the civil and military officials who had already received the news immediately stepped forward and shouted, "This is in accordance with the will of the heavens and the will of the people. We all agree." This, Li Dan looked at Princess Taiping in shock. Only now did he realize that his sister had already planned this. Those who were slow to react also cheered loudly in support. Those who did not know about this beforehand were all low-ranking officials. Now that they understood what was going on, they also stepped forward. In a short time, hundreds of officials bowed their heads. Unexpectedly, not a single person objected. Young Emperor Li Zhongmao was still a child and did not understand that he should stand up and abdicate the throne. He continued to sit on the couch in a daze, waiting for Aunt Taiping's signal. Princess Taiping turned her head and saw that he was still sitting on the couch in a daze. She found it funny and walked to his side, saying, "Your Majesty, the hearts of the people have already belonged to the Prince of Xiang. It is time for your Majesty to abdicate the throne." With that, she pulled him up, pulled his brother Li Dan over, and pressed him down on the couch. Li Dan suddenly came to his senses and stood up in shock, saying, "Absolutely not." Princess Taiping had already retreated 3 steps and bowed. "Prince of Xiang, the country is in dire straits and needs a wise ruler. The emperor is benevolent and filial, following in the footsteps of Yao and Shun. I am willing to abdicate the throne to protect the Tang dynasty." The Prince of Xiang had a long way to go and must not decline. Li Dan was furious and turned to leave. Liu Youqiu had already rushed up the stairs with a pre-written abdication edict. He knelt in front of Li Dan and blocked his way. He raised the edict high and said, "The will of heaven and the will of the people cannot be disobeyed. Although the Prince of Xiang wishes to sit high and do good alone, what about the foundation of the ancestors? Today, the hearts of the people and the responses of all the officials, the Prince of Xiang must no longer decline." Gu Fushun, who was now in charge of the winged cavalry, also strode up the stairs and knelt on the other side of the couch. He said loudly, "Today, only the Prince of Xiang's ascension to the throne can convince the people. For the sake of the country, I respectfully request the Prince of Xiang to abdicate the throne." Prince of Xiang to abdicate the throne. The hundreds of officials in the Golden Hall knelt together and announced loudly. Their voices spread throughout the hall. From the Taiji Palace to the Gate of Heaven, countless guards also knelt down and said in unison, "Prince of Xiang to abdicate the throne." Seeing this scene, Li Dan could not help but be at a loss. At this time, Yang Xishuan had already led 4 young eunuchs to rush up the stairs with the dragon robe and imperial crown. They hurriedly helped Li Dan put on the robe and forcefully helped him onto the throne. The hundreds of officials knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, shouting, "Long live the Prince of Xiang." Princess Taiping and the abdicated young emperor, Zhongmao, stood beside the throne, listening to the roaring of the mountains and seas. She couldn't help but feel excited. Dethroning an emperor, establishing an emperor, changing the world with just a simple gesture. This feeling of floating in the air made her feel intoxicated. Chapter 1205. Li Dan wore a yellow robe and became the emperor. Young Emperor Li Zhongmao abdicated and became prince once again. Li Dan's sons became imperial princes, and the officials who contributed to the coup were also rewarded. As for Yang Fan, who had played a major role in the coup, because he had an agreement with Li Longji beforehand, his name was not on the report book. Other than some of the main generals who had participated in the coup, no one else knew that he had also participated in the coup. Hearing that Li Xian had ascended to the throne, Yang Fan could not help but sigh in relief. If this coup could not be completely handed over, there could only be 2 outcomes. First, Li Zhongmao would kill the Prince of Xiang's descendants and the officials who had contributed to the coup in order to free himself and regain power, following in his father's footsteps. Second, the officials would get rid of the young emperor and end everything. An incomplete revolution was bound to cause endless trouble. This was the best outcome. The matter in the capital was over, and the matter of dividing the spoils with the hidden sect was also clear. The benefits that the obvious and hidden sect had obtained from Liu Binji could almost completely make up for the losses that the obvious and hidden sects had suffered in the past 2 years of half-truths and half-lies. It could be imagined that Liu Binji had voluntarily handed over the position of clan lord in exchange for a large amount of wealth from the Liu family. He had used this wealth to operate in secret and expand like a rolling snowball, forming an enormous economy that was second only to the obvious and hidden sects. In the end, it had all gone to someone else. After everything was settled, what Yang Fan wanted to do the most was to travel east to Japan with his family. He wanted to take a boat to Japan and visit the monk Huai Yi, who was doing well among the daimyos in Japan. This was only one of the reasons he wanted to travel east. He also wanted to use this opportunity to explore and determine if he could travel south by sea in the future. He wanted to visit his senior martial brother in the South Sea and pay his respects to his master's and grandmaster's tombs. He also wanted to move his parents' and sisters' tombs there. That was where he had obtained a new life. Although it would be very troublesome for his descendants to pay respects to their ancestors' tombs in the future, it seemed like a good choice to let his descendants travel tens of thousands of miles and experience the world. For this long journey, Yang Fan planned to bring along Anu, and his eldest son, Nianzhu. Yang Nianzhu had grown into a handsome young man, and Yang Fan wanted to bring him out to gain experience and experience the foreign culture. Naturally, Yang Fan didn't have to worry about the preparations for the trip. Xiaoman packed up the luggage properly. Who had just gained the freedom to travel to a foreign country, was very excited. For her, this was a feeling of being free to fly in the sky. Because she had been reading the memorials on behalf of the emperor, she knew more about the world than Yang Fan. However, she had only been to the eastern and western capitals, and due to the constraints of her identity, she had spent almost all of her life in the palace. This trip was the first time in her life. It was not easy to travel far in this era, and this was probably the only time in her life. How could she not be excited? When Yang Fan walked up to the red building and saw her appearance, he could still see the joy in her eyes. We are leaving the day after tomorrow. Have you told your mother? Coquettishly rolled her eyes at him. Yang Fan understood and immediately changed his words. Oh, have you told my mother-in-law? Pulled him to the couch and sat him down. She smiled and said, In fact, Mother has already accepted you. I have already told Mother about this trip, but we haven't set a date yet. When we get back, you and I will go together and tell her. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, Okay. Glanced at him and suddenly lowered her voice. This trip to Fusang will take at least half a year. Aren't you going to tell her? Yang Fan's heart jumped. He asked knowingly, With who? Sighed and faintly said, I heard that my coffin was handled by her. Yang Fan couldn't pretend anymore. He nodded and said, It's not good for me to deal with this personally. If your mother did it, I think it would be more fitting for her to delay it for a few days. I didn't expect Taiping sighed. She must have guessed that this was my plan to fake my death and escape. She must have guessed that I am with you. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and asked, Why? Are you worried that she will? Smiled and shook her head. How could that be? It's just that you are about to leave. Don't you want to see her and say goodbye? Yang Fan was silent for a moment and said sadly, What's the difference if I say it or not? Every time I see her, I don't feel happy. Every time we part, I have a feeling that it's better not to see her. I'm already afraid to see her. Said angrily, How can it be the same if you say it or not? You took me to Fusang this time, not only to accompany me to relax, but also to completely erase your influence in the court, right? Yang Fan didn't deny it. When the court was changing from the old to the new and when the officials were being adjusted, he left the center of power for more than half a year to completely erase his influence in the court. If he wanted to retreat, he would retreat cleanly and without hesitation. Said, Because of this, you have to see her one more time and say goodbye to her. If you say it, she will know that you are still thinking about her in your heart. If you don't say it, she will feel that you don't care about her at all. She will think that you have not only left the court, but also her. Women were strange creatures. Most of the time, one didn't like Yang Fan and Taiping coming into contact, especially when Taiping's personality was so strong. But sometimes, she sympathized with Taiping's situation, especially at this moment, when she had found a home and had someone to rely on for the rest of her life. She knew that no matter what, Yang Fan and Taiping could not be together. She judged others by herself, and her sympathy overflowed even more. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, What she wants, I can't give it to her. Well, I can give her, she doesn't want. She knows that I can't do anything, but she still can't help but hate me. Every time I see her, it only makes her feel disgusted. Yang Fan sighed dejectedly and said, Fine, since you say so, then. I will go see her. Smiled and said, That's right. Women's minds are not like you men's, simple, clear love and hate. Her heart is also very bitter. If she gets angry at you again, please forgive her. Yang Fan changed into a set of clothes with Wan Er's help. He took 4 guards in plain clothes and left in a carriage. When Yang Fan arrived at the alley where Princess Taiping's Fu was, he saw the endless stream of carriages and horses. The speed of his advance instantly slowed. Yang Fan lifted a corner of the curtain and saw the endless stream of carriages and horses. It was hard to tell the identity of the people riding the horses. The people on the carriages all carried official banners. They were all officials of various ministries, such as minister-counselors, assistant ministers, and servants. Yang Fan furrowed his brow slightly and thought, "This alley only has Taiping's family. These officials must have gone to Taiping Fu. What has happened? Is Taiping Fu holding some joyous event?" Yang Fan was too lazy to pay attention to the news in court. The limited intelligence of Xianzong had started to focus on the Jianghu. Even though he knew that Taiping was heavily relied upon by the emperor, he didn't know that he had reached a point where no one dared to approach him. Li Dan did not want to be the emperor at all. After he was unwillingly pushed onto the throne, he had no desire to wield power and establish his authority. But the important officials of the court had been swept clean, and many important decisions could not be made without him, the emperor. Li Dan was troubled by government affairs. But in these years, he had not paid attention to government affairs at all. He could not come up with suitable measures for many troublesome matters, so he had delegated everything to Taiping. But every time there was a major matter, Li Dan would invite Taiping into the palace to discuss politics. This would inevitably take up time, and it was not good for Princess Taiping to live in the palace. So Li Dan sent the prime ministers to Princess Taiping's Fu to discuss politics. Li Dan tended to the flowers and plants in the palace, but whenever the prime ministers came to report, he would habitually ask, "Have you discussed this with Taiping? If not, then fine, you could go discuss it with Princess Taiping first." Already discussed it? That's even better. Whatever Taiping says, just do it. Li Dan, the son of heaven, was free and unfettered. Not only did he delegate the military and state affairs to Taiping, he even delegated the power to appoint and dismiss the civil and military officials to Taiping. For a time, it was as if Li Dan was the son of heaven, the emperor of Taiping. Because of this, the number of officials who needed to visit Princess Taiping increased sharply, and the number of officials who wanted to rely on Taiping for a better future was like a flock of ducks. When Yang Fan's carriage arrived in front of Princess Taiping's door, he saw a long queue of carriages. Yang Fan's carriage did not have an official banner on it, so others did not know the identity of the person in the carriage, so no one dared to say anything about him cutting the queue. An imperial bodyguard came to the door with Yang Fan's visiting card. The steward received the card and saw that it was the Defender General who supports the state, Yang Fan, asking for an audience. He immediately put away his arrogant expression and politely replied, "Please wait for a moment. I will go inside to report." Princess Taiping was the same as the princes. She had the right to set up her own government and had a group of subordinate officials. Her government affairs hall was also known as the Enan Hall among the common people. In the Enan Hall, there was a small court, and there were also civil and military officials. At this time, Princess Taiping was in the Enan Hall, listening to the Minister of Appointments and the Chief Prime Minister of the Political Affairs Hall, Guai Yuanjin, reporting to her about the Prime Minister election. After Empress Wei was executed, the Political Affairs Hall was empty, and Li Dan temporarily appointed Guai Yuanjin, Dou Huaijin, and Sun Shi as Prime Minister. Among these 3 people, other than Guai Yuanjin, who was originally the Prime Minister, but he had been guarding the western region all along, and now he was transferred back to the capital to handle the affairs of the Prime Minister. The other 2 were promoted by Princess Taiping. When Princess Taiping recommended the Prime Minister, it was true that she hoped to recommend some ministers who were close to her, but it was not enough. These ministers must also be popular. After all, the Prime Minister of a country was the most courteous minister of a country, so she could not be rash. For a while, Taiping did not have many suitable candidates to recommend for the post of Prime Minister, and the empire was too big to rely on just 3 prime ministers to handle the complicated and heavy affairs. Therefore, the ministers had to recommend a few more officials to be the prime minister. By this time, the ministers had reached a conclusion, but they still needed Princess Taiping's approval, so they reported it to her. Guo said, I think that Su Prefecture Governor Yao Chong and Luo Prefecture Governor Song Jing are both talented prime ministers. By this time, the steward quietly came out from behind the screen and handed over Yang Fan's visiting card to Princess Taiping. As soon as Taiping saw the name on the card, her heart trembled and she felt somewhat sad. Are you finally willing to see me? She raised her hand to signal Guo Yuanjin to pause and opened the visiting card to take a look. She could not help but frown. Right now, she was listening to an important matter, and it involved the selection of the prime minister, which was related to her future power, so she could not be careless. Taiping pondered for a moment, and then said to the steward, Tell him that I am busy. Ask him to come back tomorrow. The steward complied, and was just about to turn around to leave when Taiping quickly said, Wait. She hurriedly flipped open a handwritten letter and looked at what was recorded on it. Tomorrow they were going to discuss the appointment of the Jidushi in Yuzhou, the appointment of officials, the Tubo's request to cede the land of Juku to Jincheng Princess Tang Muyi, and the funeral ceremony for Su Wugong Sugui and the posthumous title. Taiping touched her forehead and sighed, and helplessly said, Tell him to come see me the day after tomorrow. Chapter 1206. The Prime Minister was responsible for assisting the Emperor, keeping the people in peace, keeping the officials away from him, and being courteous to his colleagues. Even when Wu Zetian was acting on her own, even though her orders were absolute and her words were absolute, she had actually considered it over and over again before making the decision. The candidate prime minister's ability, moral character, reputation, seniority, track record since he became an official, loyalty to the sovereign, and relationship with his colleagues, all of these had to be repeatedly weighed and compared. When it came to Princess Taiping, these issues had to be considered even more. This was especially so even though Li Dan had absolute trust in her and had boldly delegated power to her, she was not the empress, and she was not as mighty as Wu Zetian in the past. She also had to consider whether the choices she made would be acceptable to the masses. If the masses opposed her, it would be a heavy blow to her rising popularity. Therefore, Princess Taiping patiently listened to the two ministers for a long time. She solemnly wrote the names of the 6 candidates on a piece of paper. Then she said, Very well, I have an idea. Put the resumes of the prime minister candidates here. I will consider them carefully tonight. Come early tomorrow, and we will choose the prime minister as soon as possible. It was already dusk. Guo Yuanjin and Princess Taiping had to leave immediately. Otherwise, they would be in time for the curfew. The new dynasty had just begun, and the curfew was much stricter than before. Even though they were important officials, it would be a big problem. The two bowed to Taiping and left. Taiping walked them to the entrance of Enan Hall and returned to the hall. She ordered people to light candles and looked at the list of 6 people. She thought about it over and over again and finally decided on Shuzhou Provincial Governor Yao Chong and Luo Provincial Governor Song Jing. These 2 men, in terms of seniority, reputation, ability, and moral character, were the best of the best. It was just that these 2 men did not interact much with Taiping and could not be considered as members of Taiping's faction. This made Taiping somewhat hesitant. Now, Princess Taiping not only had the emperor's trust and support, but also had the absolute majority of supporters in the political affairs hall. Therefore, her political views could be unimpeded. She was worried that these 2 people would change the situation in the political affairs hall. Once these prime ministers did not agree with her, it would affect her control of the political power. These days, although she had been working hard on the affairs of the country day and night, she felt unusually satisfied. It was a fascinating feeling to be able to decide all the important matters of the world with a single word. She did not want to lose everything she had now. Yao Chong, Song Jing. After thinking for a long time, Taiping said to himself, If I don't agree, they won't be able to become prime ministers. How can they not be grateful to me? At that time, if I try to win them over, I might be able to get them to join my sect. Princess Taiping was still very confident. Under the situation where there were no other talents to choose from, she could only set her target on these 2 people. She then found a reason to convince herself. Princess Taiping had already made up her mind. She raised her head and saw Mr. Mo sitting in the corner of the hall, reading through the documents of the candidates for Prime Minister. She could not help but smile and said, "It's getting late. Mr. should take a rest." Mo Yuhan raised her head and patted her waist. "Tomorrow, Prime Minister Guo will come to inquire about the final candidate. It's best if we can confirm it tonight." Taiping raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh, did Mr. Mo get anything?" Mo Yuhan said, "I've thought about it repeatedly, and I feel that the most suitable candidates are Yao Chong and Song Jing. I wonder what your highness thinks?" Hearing this, Taiping smiled happily and said, "Haha, the biggest role of the prime minister is to choose talents to assist the emperor. In my opinion, Mr. Mo has a pair of sharp eyes and is the real talent for prime minister." Mo Yuhan laughed and cupped her hands. "Princess is overpraising me. How can an ordinary person reach the height of the heaven stage? I'm just a commoner. If I want to become prime minister, I'll have to wait until your highness becomes the emperor." Taiping smiled and put this matter aside. She only said, "I'm also interested in these two people. It's a pity that I'm not familiar with them. If I had other suitable candidates, I would definitely not use them. Alas, but it's hard to find a prime minister. Although His Majesty trusts me, the prime minister I choose must be able to convince the public. After thinking about it, I can only choose them. Now, I can only wait for them to arrive at the capital and then show them grace and let them join my sect." Mo Yuhan said, "Your highness is right. However, I have another candidate here. If I worship him alone, I'm afraid it'll attract the attention of the public. If I recommend him together with Yao and Song Jing to the emperor, it'll be easy to pass." Taiping asked curiously, "Oh, who is it that has the qualifications to be prime minister that I didn't think of?" Mo Yuhan said, "Cui Shi, Cui Chenglan." Taiping asked in surprise, "Cui Shi?" Mo Yuhan said, "That's right. Princess, this Cui Shi has sent people to visit more than once, intending to enter Princess's tutelage." Princess Taiping frowned in disgust. She said, "This person is greedy and has a bad character. In the past, he was originally under my tutelage." Seeing Wu Sanxi's power in the court, he sided with Wu Sanxi. After Wu Sanxi died, Empress Wei took over the reins, and he sided with Empress Wei. He's really a slave of 3 families. How can he be used? Mo Yuhan smiled. "When the water is too clear, there are no fish. When one is too observant, there are no disciples. It's human nature to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Why does Princess take it to heart? This person was once prime minister. If Princess agrees to restore him to prime minister, His Majesty will most likely agree. Once this person is restored, he can only rely on Princess. Most importantly, this person is a descendant of the main branch of the Cui family. The Cui family is the top aristocratic family in Shandong. If Princess wants to rule the world, won't it be easier if you have the support of Shandong's aristocratic family?" Princess Taiping was enlightened. After thinking for a while, she said, "In that case, this person must be used." Mo Yuhan twirled his beard and smiled. The crimson light reflected in his eyes like a smear of dark red blood. None of his close friends knew about Yang Fan's departure. He purposely hid the news. The only person who knew was Shun Mu. After the Chang'an incident, the government hall was empty. The emperor urgently transferred Gui Yuanjin back to the capital. The hidden sect's roots were in the west region. Gui Yuanjin was the most important governor that the hidden sect befriended in the west region. Once Gui Yuanjin left, Shen Mu dared not delay and had to rush to the west region to contact the new governor. Therefore, he was not in the capital. Therefore, Yang Fan's departure was even easier. Anu had followed young Master Lu everywhere since young and had been to many places. Although Japan was an overseas country, she had never been there. However, in this era, China was the center of the world. The barbarian wilderness was not very attractive. Therefore, she took this journey calmly. The ones who were really happy were Shanghai Wan, and Yang Yinzu. Yang Yinzu was so excited last night that he did not sleep. Now that he was about to set off, he could not help but doze off. He could only sit in the carriage and force his eyes open. A Shanghai one was a woman. She brought more luggage. She even brought a national medicine master who was proficient in gynecology. It seemed that Shanghai one planned to have another child when she traveled east with her husband. However, she had passed the optimal age for childbearing. For safety reasons, she had to be well prepared. After bidding farewell to his family, Yang Fan led the carriages to Vermilion Bird Avenue. He told Wan and Anu, "You two go out of the south gate first and go Mount Ba. Wait for me there." Wan knew where Yang Fan was going. She nodded and agreed. The carriages continued forward while Yang Fan rode to Princess Taiping's residence. In the Yinan Palace, Princess Taiping's face was gloomy. The three prime ministers, Gui Yuanjin, Dou Huaijin, and Sun Shi, kept quiet out of fear. Princess Taiping said angrily, "What is there to discuss about this? The crown prince of the country should have a legitimate eldest son. Qingqi is the eldest son of the first wife. Longji is the third son of a concubine. How can he be the crown prince?" Linjin bowed and said, "Princess, originally, there was no objection to having the eldest son as the heir apparent. Moreover, King Song, Qingqi, was appointed as the crown prince 26 years ago. When the heavenly empress ascended to the throne, Your Majesty was demoted to the position of heir apparent, and Qingqi was still the crown grandson. Now that His Majesty has ascended the throne, it is reasonable to have Qingqi as the crown prince. However, King Ping Longji has made great contributions to the country. If King Ping did not kill Wei Dang, I don't know what the world would be like. Therefore, His Majesty is quite hesitant." Outrageous! Princess Taiping flicked her sleeve and said unhappily, "His Majesty is confused. Can a prince go against the ancestral law just because he has made great contributions to the country? If there are no rules, it will be the source of disaster. What do Qingqi and Longji have to say?" Dou Huaijin hurriedly said, "The two princes are still unaware of this. His Majesty wants us to discuss this with Your Highness first. However, after the court officials have discussed this matter, I believe the two princes will soon hear about it." Princess Taiping glanced at him and asked, "So what are the opinions of the court officials?" Dou Huaijin bowed and said, "The court officials also have different opinions. Most of them think that King Song Qingqi should be the crown prince. However, there are also many court officials who support King Ping Longji as the crown prince, and most of them are military generals." This result was within Princess Taiping's expectations. Li Longji was originally not qualified to be the crown prince. However, Li Longji was the one who killed Wei Dang. As a result, many military generals were promoted. These military generals did not care about the ancestral law. They only admired leaders who were willing to live and die with them, so they naturally supported Li Longji. As for the civil and military officials, they still respected the ancestral law. Even though many of the important officials were promoted, because Li Longji killed the important officials of the Wei Dang faction, when it came to the matter of the crown prince, they still chose to choose the crown prince. Hearing that most of the civil and military officials supported Li Qingqi, Princess Taiping felt a little more at ease. However, her imperial brother was actually wavering on who should be the crown prince. This made Princess Taiping very wary. Li Longji was bold and capable. He was not an easy person to deal with. Compared to Li Longji, Li Qingqi's personality was more like the Prince of Xiang. Choosing him as the crown prince was beneficial to the long-term plan of peace. The matter of choosing the crown prince could not be delayed. Even if it was only a bud, it had to be nipped in the bud. Thinking of this, Princess Taiping raised her eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "You all go back first. I will go see the Son of Heaven immediately." The three prime ministers acknowledged and withdrew. On the side, Chief Historian Jiang Tianyan hurriedly reported, "Your Highness, there are still many officials waiting to receive you outside the residence. In addition, there are several important official matters that need to be resolved today." Princess Taiping angrily said, "What matter is more important than choosing the crown prince? We'll talk about it when I return." Princess Taiping rolled up her sleeve and stood up to leave. Chief Historian Jiang hurriedly reminded her. Yesterday, Your Highness said that the Grand General who supports the state will come to pay a visit today. Princess Taiping's footsteps paused. After a moment of thought, she said, When the Grand General arrives, tell him that I am busy with official business and have no time to receive him today. Tell him to return first. Once I have finished my business, I will send someone to arrange a time with him. Chief Historian Jiang bowed in acknowledgement. Princess Taiping hurriedly rushed to the imperial palace. Chapter 1207. To Princess Taiping, entering the imperial palace was as easy as entering her own mansion. There was no need for her to report. Taiping entered through the black tortoise gate and walked along the 1,000-steps corridor to Xianxi Palace Hall. She saw a bright yellow imperial canopy in front of her. Knowing that her brother must be there, she hastened her steps. As he got closer, he saw his brother, Li Dan, lying on a chair with a fishing rod in his hand. He seemed to be fishing. Princess Taiping raised her hand to stop the palace maids from crouching down to greet and report. She looked closely and saw that her brother was sleeping with a thin blanket around his waist. There was a table next to the chair with dried fruits, dried meat, and various snacks on it. There was also a tin pot and a jade cup with some wine left in it. Taiping angrily called out, "Brother, the fish has taken the bait." Li Dan was startled awake and scrambled to pick up the fishing rod. When the hook came out of the water, there was only bait on it and no fish took the bait. Li Dan glared at Taiping and said, You really know how to make trouble. I was sleeping soundly and was woken up by you." Princess Taiping sat down on the rope bed and grumbled, "Brother, this Taiping son of heaven is really free and unfettered. He doesn't care about the affairs of the country at all. That's fine, but with the matter of the heir apparent, one careless mistake will cause endless trouble in the future. How can you sleep soundly with such an important matter unresolved?" Li Dan was startled and then burst into laughter. He pointed at Princess Taiping and said, "I was wondering why you came. So it's about the heir apparent. Ha. Of course I don't need to worry about this matter because it's already been resolved." Princess Taiping was startled and hurriedly leaned forward and said, "It's already been resolved? How did you solve it?" Li Dan said, "Speaking of which, the heir apparent position should belong to Chengda. But Longji's meritorious service is outstanding and this country was seized by him. If I don't appoint him as the heir apparent, I feel that it's unfair to him. I'm in a dilemma." I didn't expect Chengda to hear about this and immediately came to the palace to tell me that he doesn't want to be the heir apparent and is trying his best to recommend his third brother to me. You see, in this way, won't the problem of choosing a successor be easily solved? Li Dan stroked his beard and said in a gratified tone, "Lingyue, the throne is something that can make one lose all rationality and conscience. Since ancient times, how many people have been willing to kill each other for the sake of this supreme position? The so-called blood was thicker than water, but in front of this supreme imperial power, it was a joke. However, the throne that so many people yearn for day and night will eventually be abandoned by some people. As the saying goes, some people rush to the examination hall at night. Some people resign and return to their hometown. Successful people are like me. Li Dan picked up the wine cup on the table and drained it in one gulp. Savoring the taste of the wine, he said proudly, "Lingyue, I admit that in terms of ability, breadth of mind, and boldness, I am inferior to my father and grandfather. But when it comes to teaching children, from great ancestor to all the ancestors, who can compare to me?" Princess Taiping's expression suddenly changed. Li Chengqi voluntarily resigned from the position of crown prince? Originally, in terms of feudal etiquette and imperial law, Li Chengqi, who was both the eldest son and the legitimate son, was the undisputed candidate for the position of crown prince. But now that Li Chengqi voluntarily resigned from the position of crown prince, this was terrible. Li Chengqi's actions immediately became the undisputed support of the imperial family for Li Longji. Li Longji had already made great contributions that no one could deny. Now that Li Chengqi voluntarily resigned, what reason did she have to oppose this matter? Taiping said anxiously, "Imperial brother, you absolutely cannot do this. Establishing a legitimate son is a law passed down by our ancestors. If we violate this rule, our descendants will all covet the throne and fall. Won't our Tang dynasty be plagued with troubles from then on? Li Dan laughed a few times, his laughter a bit cold. Established by the ancestors? Lingwei, is there an ancestor's law for a wife to substitute for her husband? Is there an ancestor's law for a mother to substitute for her son? Is there an ancestor's law for an empress dowager? Since ancient times, which dynasty and generation has avoided killing each other when establishing a legitimate son? Will we be able to ensure eternal peace if we insist on establishing a legitimate son? That's just a way of deceiving ourselves. Now that Longji has made great contributions to the country and his elder brother has taken the initiative to resign, isn't this a good thing for brothers to respect each other? Why shouldn't we be happy to see this happen? Faced with Li Dan's series of questions, Princess Taiping was truly speechless. After thinking for a bit, she said again, "But does Imperial Brother really think that Chengqi is willing to relinquish his position?" Longji killed House Wei and obtained the support of the generals. Could it be that Chengqi is doing this to protect himself? Li Dan was displeased when he heard this. He said to Princess Taiping, "Lingwei, I know my son very well. Chengqi is not a cowardly and incompetent child. Back when the divine dragon coup d'etat, my 5 sons followed me into the southern Yamen to seize military power. Chengqi charged at the front alone. When have I ever felt fear? Imperial Brother was suspicious of me, so Longji and the other 2 sons were expelled from the capital, while Chengqi and Qingyi remained in the capital as hostages. At that time, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, I did not step out of the house. Moreover, Chengqi did not care about the emperor's suspicions and worked hard to deal with the nobles in the court. This was my chance to survive. Do you think Chengqi is a person who is afraid of trouble? Chengqi and his 5 brothers are very close. They are not people who would kill each other for a mere throne. Now that the new dynasty has just been established, there are many things waiting to be done. If Chengqi is determined to take the throne, it is best that he does not give in now." Lingwei, you think too much. Princess Taiping saw that the conversation was not agreeable and did not continue. She only thought in her heart, whoever started the trouble should untie it. To solve this problem, I still have to rely on Li Chengqi. I have to take advantage of the fact that Imperial Brother has not made his decree to the world to persuade Chengqi to change his mind. Thinking of this, Princess Taiping avoided talking about this matter and talked about other things with Li Dan. After a while, she stood up and took her leave. Li Dan didn't suspect anything. He was still tipsy, so he collapsed on the chair. In a short while, he became a fisherman who had fallen asleep. Taiping left the imperial palace and immediately set out for Li Chengqi's mansion in Longqing Square. Li Chengqi entered the imperial palace and resigned from the position of crown prince to his father. After getting his father's permission, he was overjoyed. He excitedly returned to the mansion and took out a jade flute. Taking advantage of his excitement, he played the 3 plays of Plum Blossom. His heart was full of joy. Li Chengqi was 6 years older than Li Longji. When he was imprisoned in the Eastern Palace, he was already very sensible. He had seen too many tragedies in the palace. For the sake of the throne, the mother killed the son, the wife killed the husband, the son killed the father. When his father was imprisoned in the Eastern Palace, he did not know how many times he would wake up in the middle of the night because he was afraid of being framed by cruel officials. His birth mother was beaten to death by his grandmother because of a groundless accusation. Experiencing all kinds of hardships in life made Li Chengqi have an unusual understanding of life since he was young. Regarding the throne, he was as indifferent to it as his father. Now that he could finally relax, he was very happy. At this moment, someone suddenly came to report, "Your Highness, Princess Taiping has arrived." Li Chengqi put down the jade flute in surprise. Before he could tidy up his clothes and go out to greet her, he saw that Princess Taiping had already walked into the back garden. Li Chengqi hurriedly walked forward and bowed. "I did not know that Aunt Darren has arrived. Your nephew did not go out to greet you. Please forgive me." Princess Taiping said, "We are family. There is no need to stand on ceremony." Qingxi, I have long heard that you are proficient in music. Just now I heard your 3 plays of Plum Blossom. You really have great attainments. My family's Chongjian only knows how to be brave and fierce. You should let him get closer to you and learn some elegant things. Li Qingqi smiled modestly. Chongjian loves martial arts, but I am afraid he cannot learn my interests. He has always been good friends with San Lang. San Lang's Jiegu is also excellent. If cousin wants to learn music, San Lang can do it. Princess Taiping raised her eyebrows and said, "Speaking of San Lang, I heard that you resigned from the position of crown prince to the emperor. Qingqi, you are the eldest son of His Majesty. According to the etiquette, you should be the crown prince. Why did you give up?" Li Qingqi was stunned. Only now did he understand the reason for his aunt's sudden visit. Li Qingqi hurriedly explained, "Aunt, the crown prince is the foundation of the country. Qingqi has always been lazy and indifferent. How can I bear such a big responsibility?" Princess Taiping stared at him and asked in a deep voice, "Qingqi, do you think that Longji has the support of the military and has misgivings? Is that why you gave up the position of crown prince?" Li Qingqi was stunned. Princess Taiping said, "Qingqi, you are the crown prince. All the officials in the court are very supportive and will also fully support you. As long as you are willing, Aunt can immediately ask the emperor to appoint you as the crown prince. You will be in command of the 16 guards of the Southern Palace and form the most elite 6 commanders of the Eastern Palace. Moreover, on that day, only the winged cavalry and 10,000 cavalry troops accompanied Longji. The other guards of the Northgate Imperial Army did not participate. The Northgate Imperial Army can take this opportunity to regroup. All the officials in the court are on your side. When you have the military power in your hands, your position will be as stable as Mount Tai. But as long as you give up today, you will never have a chance. Qingqi, you have to think clearly." Li Qingqi's astonished expression gradually turned into a tranquil smile. Although the one standing in front of him was Princess Taiping, whose prestige, status, authority, and talent were far beyond his reach. Because of this tranquility, he seemed to be even more ethereal and elegant than Princess Taiping. Li Qingqi smiled and said in a gentle but firm voice, "Qingqi appreciates Aunt's kind intentions. Many people may care about the throne, but not everyone cares about it. If third brother can shoulder this burden for me, Li Tang, I will only be grateful and happy to him. I don't want to sit on this throne." When Princess Taiping left King Song's mansion, her heart was full of depression. Li Qingqi and Li Longji were willing to fight. How could she be the bad guy? No way. As long as the matter is not settled, there is still a chance. I will immediately mobilize the officials to oppose this. Princess Taiping thought and stepped into the carriage. The carriage started. Li Qingqi stood at the door and bowed deeply. Princess Taiping was so dispirited that she did not even bother to return the greeting. The guards of honor moved slowly and suddenly passed by the Yang residence. Princess Taiping saw the gate of a Yang residence and suddenly thought of the agreement with Yang Fan today. She could not help but let out a soft cry and hurriedly ordered, "Stop the carriage." Taiping thought, "He should be back at this hour?" After a while, her personal guard hurried back from the gate of the Yang residence and reported to her, "Your Highness, General Yang is on a trip and is not in the residence." Taiping was startled and asked, "Going on a trip? Where is he going?" The guard said, "The door of the Yang residence said that General Yang is on a trip to Dongying with his son. This trip will take more than half a year." Hearing this, Princess Taiping was at a loss. On the ba, Yang Fan swung the stirrup and got off the horse. Yang Yinzu stood at the bow and waved to him. Yang Fan smiled at his son and waved to Wan and Anu standing at the bow. He turned his head to look back at Chong and sighed sadly. He stepped onto the ship. In the distance, on the plain, under the weeping willow, Princess Yuzhin's graceful figure seemed more graceful than the willow branches. She looked at the cloud-like sail on the big ship in the distance and gently broke off a willow branch. The tears in her eyes were as clear as dew. Chapter 12:08. Yang Fan's purpose for this trip was to tour the world and relax his body and mind. Along the way, if he wasn't taking his son to various places of interest, going in and out of the alleys, enjoying the local customs, or climbing mountains with a new and one the two beauties playing the zither and the flute, enjoying the pleasures of fish and water. But the waterway was smooth, and after a few days, they arrived near Luoyang. Yang Fan wanted to change to a small boat and enter the Chao Canal to enter the Luo River and go directly to Luoyang City. He wanted to visit Luoyang again, but he didn't expect that there were many passes on the river and there were endless checkpoints. The soldiers on both sides of the river were aggressive and strict. Yang Fan didn't take an official boat for this trip and didn't inform the local authorities, so no one knew that the boat was carrying the Defender General who supports the nation. Yang Fan didn't want to expose his identity, so he was also stuck at the entrance of the Chao Canal. At first, Yang Fan didn't care, but after a day and a night, he still didn't get a pass. Only then did he feel that something was wrong, so he ordered someone to bring his fish talisman to the local authorities. The person who was being interrogated on the river was a county lieutenant of Hunan County, a minor 9th-ranked official. When he suddenly heard that the Defender General who supports the nation had been stopped at the mouth of the river for a day and a night, he was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly took the great general's fish talisman and climbed onto the big boat to ask for forgiveness. Seeing the fear on his face, Yang Fan smiled and comforted him. "There's no need to panic. I'm only traveling with my family and didn't want to alarm the authorities. I don't have the freedom to greet and send people off. I'm the one who hid my identity. What crime did you commit? You only need to know that I'm here. Don't spread it." The county lieutenant hurriedly complied. Yang Fan then asked, "What happened in Luoyang? Why is it so heavily guarded?" The county lieutenant hurriedly reported to Yang Fan. Yang Fan now understood the reason. Prince Xiao, Li Zhongfu, had rebelled. Li Xian had 4 sons. The eldest, Li Zhongruan, criticized Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong and was beaten to death along with his sister and brother-in-law by Wu Zetian. The second, Li Zhongjuan, was repeatedly humiliated by Enlu and was killed in the palace. The third, Li Zhongfu, was despised by Empress Wei and was sent to Lingnan to be the king. The fourth, Li Zhongmao, was the emperor for 18 days and was now living in the capital. Li Zhongfu had never been at Lingnan and had written to his father, Li Xian, asking him to return to Lingnan. Empress Wei, Li Zhongfu, Li Emperor, and Emperor Li Lingnan. Li Emperor, Li But, Li Emperor Li, and Yang. Li, and he Chong Li Yang, and he would Li. But not long after, Empress Wei also died, and the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, became emperor. Li Zhongfu feared Lady Wei as if she was a tiger, but he had no fear of this uncle whom he had only met a few times and whose temperament had always been gentle and indifferent. In his mind, even though he was not Li Xian's legitimate son, he was Li Xian's eldest son. After Li Xian's death, he should be the emperor. Now that his 4th brother had abdicated the throne, he should be the one to abdicate the throne to him instead of his uncle. Beside Li Zhongfu, there were a few strategists who overestimated their own capabilities. They were also looking forward to Prince Qiao's ascension to the throne so that they could leap over the Dragon's Gate. In their view, King Qiao was now the eldest son of the former emperor and the most legitimate heir to the throne. As long as King Qiao made a call, the people of the world would respond and seize the throne in one fell swoop. As a result, a few very foolish and naive schemers encouraged Li Zhongfu to take more than 20 guards, change into civilian clothes, and sneak out of the feudal lord's fief. They secretly came to Luoyang and stayed in the house of his brother-in-law, Pei Sun. They actively contacted some of the officials who had fallen in the coup d'état and failed to achieve their ambitions in an attempt to rebel. In Li Zhongfu's imagination, as long as he rushed to Luoyang, based on his noble bloodline and identity, he could barge into the barracks on the left and right side, and the army would immediately change sides. Then he would kill the garrison in Luoyang, occupy the eastern capital, and command the world. The vanguard of his army would point directly at Guangzhou, and the world would be under his control. As a result, he acted without the slightest scruple. When he contacted the unsuccessful officials, he did not pay attention to secrecy at all. As a result, the people in his neighborhood were all wise, and there were even people who reported the news to Luoyang. The eastern capital, Luoyang, governed two counties, Luoyang County and Henan County. This place was under the jurisdiction of Luoyang County. The magistrate of Luoyang, Mu Changxian, was shocked when he heard the news. He hurriedly sent a calm old constable to investigate the house of Pei Sun, the commandant of Prince Consort's son-in-law. In the end, there was no need for the old constable to investigate. Before he even reached the door, he saw Prince Xiao, Li Zhongfu, and a few strategists swaggering through the market. They did not even bother to hide how they addressed each other. This old supervisor had been an official his whole life. This was the first time he had dealt with a case of rebellion, and also the first time he had seen such a stupid rebel party. He immediately went to report to the magistrate. The magistrate of Luoyang, considering Prince Xiao's high status, did not dare to act on his own, so he reported to the garrison of Luoyang, Lu Xiantian. This Lu Xiantian could be considered an evergreen tree in the political arena. Originally, he was Wu Zetian's confidant, but Wu Zetian lived in Luoyang for more than 20 years while he was far away in Chang'an. Thus, the mark of his faction faded. In the following few disturbances, he was either very lucky to stand on the right side, or he was implicated because he was not in the central government. Now that the imperial capital had moved back to Chang'an, and he was unexpectedly sent to the eastern capital, Luoyang, to guard the garrison. As the garrison, he was responsible for supervising the officials' misdeeds. Why would he care about a prince who did not achieve his ambitions? He immediately ordered the chief of Luoyang to lead the army to arrest him. Li Zhongfu was shocked and hurriedly escaped from the Pei family. He went straight to the barracks on the left and right, thinking that once the tyrannical aura of a king was shaken, the army would immediately change sides. However, he did not expect that it would be completely different from what he had imagined. The gates of the barracks were tightly shut and arrows rained down, not allowing him to approach. Li Zhongfu had no choice but to run to the Zui Yemen of Luoyang's palace. He wanted to imitate Li Dan's method of seizing the military power of the southern Yamen during the coup d'etat and seize the military power of the palace garrison. In the end, the gates of the Zui Yemen were also tightly shut, ignoring him. Li Zhongfu was furious and ordered his bodyguards to gather firewood to burn down the palace gates. He had just found a few bundles of firewood, but before he could light them, the officers and soldiers of the barracks had already received orders from the garrison of Luoyang to arrest him. When Li Zhongfu saw that he could not imitate his imperial uncle Li Dan, he could only imitate his imperial brother Li Zhongjuan and escape from Luoyang in a panic. Fortunately, the officers and soldiers knew his identity and did not dare to kill him without the emperor's orders. He escaped from Luoyang alone and went all the way to the east, plunging into Mount Mang. The officers and soldiers continued to search up the mountain. Li Zhongfu saw that he had no way out and could only drown himself in the water. Speaking of which, Li Zhongfu's rebellion was basically an absurd farce. It did not even cause a ripple. However, his identity was too sensitive and the nature of the incident was also very serious. The local officials of Luoyang did not dare to be careless. For the past few days, there was chaos everywhere in Luoyang, searching for the remaining members of the rebellion. Yang Fan understood the whole story and told the county magistrate to leave. Warner walked out of the back cabin and sighed softly. Truly preposterous. Yang Fan smiled as he pulled the beauty into his arms and said, Prince Qiao's actions may be preposterous, but the desire to chase after power is very normal. Power is a bonfire, and who knows how many people are keen to be the moths flying into the fire. But you did not want to be the world-famous Minister of Internal Affairs, and only wanted to be a little woman behind me. You're not a moth, but a lark. Wan Er's eyes wandered and she smiled sweetly. Then what is Lang Jun? The Kuan Peng that soars above the 9 heavens? The two looked at each other and smiled. Prince Xiao was not the only one willing to be the moth. Princess Taiping was also flapping her wings and flying towards the world's brightest bonfire. However, it was not only the two wise men, Yang Fan and Wan Er, who were willing to stay away from the bonfire. Li Qingqi also resisted the huge temptation. Princess Taiping's persuasion to him to fight for the throne did not achieve the desired effect, and instead had the opposite effect. Although Li Qingqi did not suspect that Princess Taiping had the intention of coveting the throne, it was obvious that Princess Taiping had the intention of monopolizing power, which was why she wanted to interfere with the removal of the crown prince. Li Qingqi was afraid that his aunt would cause trouble again, so he suddenly went to the palace the next morning and requested to see the emperor. Today was not a grand assembly, so the princes did not need to go to the palace. Li Dan heard that his eldest son wanted to see him and was puzzled, so he hurriedly asked someone to summon him. Li Qingqi went up to the Golden Palace and said sincerely to Li Dan in front of all the civil and military officials, "Your Majesty, the crown prince is the public instrument of the world. When the country is safe, he can be the eldest son. When the country is in danger, he should be the first to perform meritorious deeds. If this rule is violated, the whole country will be disappointed, and it will not be a blessing for the country. King Ping has made great contributions to the country, so I dare to beg your majesty to make King Ping the crown prince with my life." His words were like a stone thrown into water, and the entire palace was in an uproar. All the civil and military officials did not expect the eldest son to be so virtuous and not be reluctant to take the throne that was so close to him. Liu Youqiu was Li Longji's confidant, so he naturally hoped that Li Longji would be the crown prince. When he heard this, he immediately stepped out and echoed, "Your Majesty, those who remove the calamities of the world should enjoy the blessings of the world. King Ping has saved the country from danger and saved the emperor. In terms of merit and virtue, he is the most virtuous. Now that the eldest son has voluntarily abdicated the throne, I think your majesty need not hesitate to make King Ping the crown prince." After Liu Youqiu said this, Gufu Shun, Chun Xuanli, Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao, and the other imperial generals all stepped out and said loudly, "I agree." When Li Dan saw that his son had come to the palace to publicly express his determination to not be the crown prince, he was very pleased and said to the officials, "What do you all think?" The officials who supported Li Longji went without saying. They had originally supported the eldest son being the crown prince, but seeing that the eldest son had taken the initiative to abdicate, they had no one to support, so they also changed their stance. They either supported Li Longji as the crown prince, or they remained silent. Other than a few old fogies who believed that only the eldest son could be the crown prince, the voices of opposition were extremely weak. This matter quickly reached Li Longji's ears. When Li Longji heard about it, he was both terrified and excited. He had two elder brothers. His eldest brother, Li Qingqi, was the eldest son of the wife, and his second brother, Li Qingyi, was a bastard son like him. He was neither the eldest son nor the eldest son. He had not expected that the position of crown prince would fall into his hands, but unexpectedly, his eldest brother had voluntarily abdicated the throne and recommended him to be the crown prince. Li Longji had great ambitions and was not as indifferent as Li Qingqi. He was naturally willing to be the crown prince, but he wasn't sure if his eldest brother really had no interest in the throne or if he didn't want to covet other people's achievements. If his eldest brother wanted to be the crown prince, he wouldn't ruin their brotherly relationship even if he had the heart to do so. As a result, he personally went to the palace and announced his resignation to his father. The two brothers began to compete with each other and began to give way in front of the emperor. If Li Qingqi really wanted to be the crown prince, he could go with the flow since he was supposed to be the crown prince. Since Li Longji had publicly announced his resignation in front of all the civil and military officials, he would no longer be able to plot for the throne. This was just like how Li Xian had hypocritically wanted to make Li Dan the emperor's younger brother. He wanted to retreat in order to advance, forcing you to take the initiative to declare your position. However, Li Qingqi didn't do this. He knelt to the emperor and resolutely refused. When he spoke of his feelings, he even shed tears. Li Dan finally made up his mind and announced that he would make Li Longji the crown prince. During this period of time, Princess Taiping only instructed her subordinates to obstruct Li Longji for the first 2 days. Afterwards, she stopped all activities and completely gave up. Li Longji had just made a great contribution and was shining brightly. Li Chengqi's voluntary abdication of the throne was an even more unexpected variable. As intelligent as she was, she couldn't think of any reason to obstruct Li Longji. However, she didn't give up just like that. She wasn't someone who gave up easily. To Wan her man was her sky, and her daughter was her earth. With them, she would have a complete world. But for Taiping, it had never been like this. Xue Xiao's grief and helplessness when he was sentenced to death, Li Tang's responsibility and ideals to revive Li Tang's empire, his ambition and aspiration to control the court, his love and expectations for his children, and his inextricable love with Yang Fan, all of these were shackles, but also motivation. But as long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would do her best to seize it. Princess Taiping never thought of herself as a moth. Even if the fire was only a candle at her eyes, how could she know if she couldn't put it out if she bravely threw herself at it? Chapter 1209. Dozens of fast horses galloped along Longqing Lane. The sound of hooves, shouts, and laughter startled the birds in the trees. Seeing them galloping over from afar, the gate of King Song's residence was already opened. The diligent servants removed the threshold, and the dozens of fast horses rushed into the residence without stopping. Li Chengqi dismounted and shouted, "Quickly prepare the hot water. I want to bathe and change clothes with my brothers." Steward Old Chung of King Song's residence welcomed them with a smile. "Lang Jun, the hot water is already prepared. The banquet is also ready." Li Chengqi and the others strode toward the bathroom. As they walked, they heard Li Chengyi yelling, "Hey, I say, OL5, you still need to practice your bow striking technique. Just now in the court, your rhinoceros gazing at the moon almost hit me in the head. If I didn't dodge fast enough, I would have been hit by your ball." Li Longya laughed and said, "Erlang, why don't you say that your horsemanship is too bad? We're on the same side. I already got the ball. Shouldn't you have rushed ahead of me to receive me? Who asked you to chase behind my horses?" But in the end, San Lang intercepted the ball. The 5 brothers were covered in dust and drenched in sweat. They had actually just returned from the ceremony. They chatted and laughed as they entered King Song's bathing room. Although this bathing room was not as extravagant as the Dragon Gate Hot Spring Palace in Luoyang, the 5 brothers often bathed together. So this bathing room had been constructed with this in mind, making it extremely spacious. The 5 brothers took off their clothes and stripped naked. Li Longya was the first to jump in, stirring up a wave of water. After the 5 brothers entered the water, they laughed and joked around for a while, as if they were celebrating a water-splashing festival. The outside of the pool was covered with water stains, and the heat was also dense. Being in the pool was like being in the clouds, and only then did they casually chat. After chatting for a while, Li Longya suddenly remembered something. He couldn't help but grin at Li Longji and say, "Hey, I heard that there's been a lot of rumors going around in the capital recently. They say something like, if you're not the legitimate eldest son, you can't be appointed. Otherwise, a calamity will fall upon the country." Some people even made this into a nursery rhyme and spread it everywhere. "Isn't this obviously targeted at you, Li Sanlang? Sanlang, did you offend someone?" The smile on Li Longji's face immediately stiffened. Fortunately, the fog was pervasive, so the bystanders couldn't see it clearly. They could only feel that he was in low spirits. Li Longji was silent for a moment before he forced a smile and said, "Let's just ignore the irresponsible remarks of others. Otherwise, we will fall into his trap and make things worse." Li Chengqi nudged Lao Wu with his knee under the water and said, "That's right. Speaking of which, among us 5 brothers, who can help father govern the world well, but you, San Lang? It's the country's blessing that San Lang is willing to take up this heavy responsibility, and it's also the ancestral spirit of us brothers. San Lang, the innocent will be innocent, the turbid will be turbid. You don't have to take it to heart." Li Longji smiled and said, "Don't worry, big brother. San Lang knows what to do." Although he said this, Li Longji still felt a wave of sadness in his heart. He naturally knew who had instigated this rumor to spread. It had already been 3 months since he had become crown prince, and this rumor had spread less than half a month after he had become crown prince. And it wasn't just a rumor that troubled him. Ever since he had become crown prince, he was well aware of how many spies his aunt had planted in the Eastern Palace. He had his own group of people, and it wasn't easy to secretly plant a new person at his side. But his aunt didn't do it in secret. She used father's trust in her and the power of the Jingguo Princess Taiping to directly interfere with the Eastern Palace's subordinate officials, replacing all of his subordinates in the Eastern Palace with her people. Not only did these people monitor Li Longji's every move, they also created obstacles for his actions and authority. Li Longji knew that father and aunt had a deep relationship, and he also understood that after 10-odd years of hard work, his aunt's foundation was far deeper than his own. Therefore, he didn't dare to oppose this aunt, and could only endure and give in. Given his unyielding personality, he had suffered countless grievances because of this. He didn't understand why his aunt was so against him. When aunt and niece had joined hands to deal with the Wei clan, they had been so close. Why was it that now that he had become crown prince, and his aunt had become the reclusive emperor who sat behind his father, the relationship between the two had suddenly become like this? Li Longji sighed inwardly and splashed a handful of water on his face, washing away the depression and melancholy in his heart. He smiled at Li Qingqi and said, "Let's not talk about these unhappy things. After we eat and drink to our heart's content, us 5 brothers will compete again in terms of musical instruments. Big brother, you mustn't let me win." In the depths of the night, a lively and cheerful dance of the spring wind drifted out from the reception hall of the King's Song residence, blending into the bright moonlight. The reception hall was a mess of cups and plates. The 5 brothers didn't remove the dishes and started playing their instruments. Li Qingqi played the flute with his lips, Li Longji beat the drum with his palms, Li Longye played the drum, and Li Longfan played the zither. Among the 5 brothers, Li Qingqi had the most boorish appearance and temper, but his large hands were actually very nimble when playing the zither. When the song was over, Li Qingqi and the others burst into laughter. Li Longji smiled as he picked up a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. He suddenly felt an indescribable sadness in his heart and couldn't help but cry. Seeing this, Li Longye couldn't help but ask in surprise, "San Lang, what's wrong?" Li Longji hurriedly covered it up and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I used too much strength on the drum just now, so I'm out of breath and choked on the wine." Li Qingqi and the others weren't meticulous enough and didn't suspect anything after hearing it. Li Qingqi, however, gave him a meaningful glance and said, "San Lang, there are a few words that I want to say to you in front of all the brothers." Li Longji quickly sat up straight and said, "Big brother, please say it." Li Qingqi said, "You and I are brothers. Back then, when we were imprisoned in the Eastern Palace, we didn't know if we were going to die or not. Every day, we lived in fear. We could only encourage each other and struggle to survive. For the past 10 years, you and I have been confined to the Eastern Palace. Other than a few servants by our side, we didn't see a single outsider. Only us brothers accompanied each other day and night, playing together, learning, and reading together. In the cold winter season, there wasn't enough firewood. The dripping water outside turned into ice, and the inside was as cold as an ice house. We could only hug each other for warmth and struggle to survive. 6th Lang, it was at that time that he died." Speaking up to this point, Li Qingqi's eyes were already glistening with tears. "San Lang, you have a firm temperament and are resolute in your actions. When the Wei family was in power, the army and the imperial court were full of Wei cliques. Raising troops and rebelling was almost certain to result in death, but you still did it without hesitation. What are you afraid of? I know what you're afraid of, and I know why you're suffering in your heart. Today, Big Brother will clearly tell you that in this world, nothing can destroy the affection between us brothers. It's impossible for the throne, and it's even more impossible for others to drive a wedge between us." "Big brother." Li Longji grabbed Li Qingqi's hand. All the grievances accumulated in his heart over the past few days turned into hot tears and flowed down his face. Li Chengqi grabbed Li Longji's hand tightly and said loudly, "We brothers must love each other for life, never betray each other." The other brothers leaned over and held their hands tightly together. Their faces were full of excitement as they said in unison, "Love each other for life, never betray each other." Every day, Princess Taiping received the ministers and dealt with government affairs in the inn and palace hall. She often didn't rest past noon, forgetting to sleep and forgetting to eat. But on this day, when there was still more than an hour before the lunch break, she suddenly slammed a letter in her hand on the table in anger, flicked her sleeve, and left the inn and palace hall. Seeing this, Zhang Hua, the chief officer of the princess's mansion, didn't dare to say anything. He just walked out and hastily signaled the officials standing outside the hall to leave. Those officials had been waiting for more than half a day. How could they bear to leave just like that? Later on, Zhang Hua had a brainwave and gave them a number plate, promising that they wouldn't have to line up tomorrow. Only then did they leave one after another. As soon as Princess Taiping left, her personal advisor and chief strategist, Mr. Mo, put down his pen and chased after her in quick steps. Princess Taiping left the inn and palace hall and walked to an elegant courtyard with a pavilion and pond in the side room. Only then did she stop walking while leaning on the railing. Her chest was heaving up and down. Obviously, she was still very excited. The fish in the water thought someone was throwing them food. They swam toward her one after another, stirring the water into a red and yellow mottled wave. Mr. Mo walked toward Princess Taiping and cupped his fist in greeting, "Princess." Princess Taiping did not turn her head around. After a long silence, she angrily said, "When the Wei family was executed, Wei Jiyuan was more than 80 years old. He was also executed because he belonged to the Wei clique. Because his surname was Wei, Wei Engshi was also implicated and was punished at home. It was I who investigated and found out that Wei Engshi did not belong to the Wei clique. So I cleared his name and reinstated him as the prime minister. But he did not know how to be grateful. I invited him to the banquet. Unexpectedly, he flatly refused." Princess Taiping angrily flung her sleeves and added, "There's also Yao Chong and Song Jing, those two ingrates. If I did not give them the nod, would they be able to become the prime minister? But after they returned to the capital, they actually joined hands to oppose me again and again." Mr. Mo calmly stayed. Among the court officials who were princess's enemies, only Zhang Shuo was once the king of Lin Zi's tutor. The rest of the court officials do not have any personal relationship with Li Sanlang. In fact, they did not even have any contact with Li Sanlang in the past. Although they received princess's grace, they strongly supported Li Sanlang. Did their highness know why? Mr. Mo enunciated each word clearly. "Because Li Sanlang is a man and your highness is a woman. In the eyes of the world, women should not be superior to men. Ever since the Empress and Empress Wei regained power, they raised the butcher's knife high and increased the prison system. The court officials are even more vigilant against women interfering in politics." Mr. Mo added, "Moreover, Li Sanlang is the crown prince appointed by the Son of Heaven. He has a righteous reputation, and this is especially important. Based on this fact alone, even if Princess tried your best to be courteous to the wise, Li Sanlang would still be able to recruit more talents. In the long run, his position will be even more stable and your highness will no longer have a chance." Mr. Mo took a step forward and enunciated each word clearly. "Your highness, unless you admit your defeat now and hand over all your power, you can still enjoy a life of glory and splendor. Otherwise, you'll have to strike first and gain the upper hand. If you delay, you will definitely lose. Strike first and gain the upper hand." Princess Taiping silently recited this sentence and slowly raised her proud head, clenching her fists tightly. Chapter 12:10. Honor Hall was next to Ganlo Hall. It was the place where the emperor met with the officials to discuss secret matters after the court conference. Although Li Dan, the son of heaven who did not do anything, had become the emperor, he had always left government affairs to Taiping. Now that there was the crown prince, and Li Dan had used the excuse of the crown prince to ask his son to share a portion of the work. He, the emperor, was even more idle. Other than attending the morning court every other day to meet with Jing, Li Dan basically did not summon any ministers. But today, for the first time ever, he sent someone to summon Wei Engshi to the Onren Hall to see the emperor. When he saw Wei Engshi, he hesitated again and again, looking as if he found it difficult to speak. Wei Engshi could not help feeling puzzled. Wei Engshi stroked his beard and waited patiently. After a moment, Li Dan seemed to have made a decision. He cleared his throat and said to Wei Engshi, "Official Wei has always been loyal to the court. When the second Zhang was in power, Official Wei was not afraid of power. When Empress Wei was in power, Official Wei was clean and honest. Of all the ministers in the political affairs hall, in terms of age, Official Wei is the oldest. I can only discuss this matter with you." Hearing these words, Wei Engshi's heart tightened. He quickly stood and said, "I don't know what your majesty is worried about, but please speak. This old official should share your majesty's worries." Li Dan sighed and said with a worried expression, "You also know that it was my San Lang who killed Empress Wei and protected me as the son of heaven. The generals in the army all admire San Lang's bravery. Now I also heard..." Wei Engshi raised a pair of white eyebrows and looked in surprise at the hesitating son of heaven. Li Dan hesitated and said, "I heard that the officials in court are all on the crown prince's side. The crown prince is trying to win over the officials. Do you think he will?" Wei Engshi had been in and out of officialdom for decades and understood everything. Hearing the emperor's words, he immediately understood. He knew that the emperor would not tell him who had spoken to the emperor like this. He thought for a moment and asked in response, "Did the person who spoke to your majesty also say that your majesty is in middle age and that the crown prince cannot wait for so many years and will harm your majesty?" Li Dan's eyes suddenly rose, and his gaze on Wei Engshi showed some surprise. Seeing this, Wei Engshi knew he had guessed correctly and said, "How can your majesty believe such sensational words? Everyone in the world knows that the crown prince is kind and filial. When he rejected the position of crown prince, he was sincere. Now that he is the crown prince, no one can compete with him. Your majesty has also left the affairs of the country to him and will not interfere. Will the crown prince risk the world and want to harm your majesty?" Li Dan leaned forward slightly and asked with concern, "Does Master Wei believe that the crown prince would not do this?" Li Dan was not passionate about power, but he was not tired of life. So when he heard that the crown prince could not wait to become emperor, he was concerned about his own safety. Hearing the old prime minister's words, he could not help but sigh in relief. Wei Engshi said resolutely, "Absolutely not, your majesty. This old subject does not dare to ask for the name of the person who made the remonstrance to your majesty. I only ask your majesty to think, who is the closest to the person who made the remonstrance?" Li Dan was startled and thought anxiously. Dou Huaizhen married Empress Wei's wet nurse, Lady Wang, to curry favor with Empress Wei. When Empress Wei was executed, he killed his wife with his own hands and came to my manor to beg for mercy, so he did not die. Afterwards, he was demoted to be a major in Haozhou. It was Taiping's recommendation that allowed him to be reinstated as prime minister. Could it be? Thinking of how Li Chengqi, Li Chengye, and his other sons had complained to him, saying that Taiping Gugu did not get along with San Lang and often used her power to bully him, Li Dan suddenly understood something. Wei Engshi observed Li Dan's expression and saw that he already had an idea. He said, "Your Majesty, there must be someone who is dissatisfied with the crown prince and is trying to drive a wedge between your Majesty and your father, hoping that your Majesty will take down the crown prince because of your suspicions. If your Majesty believes him, then you will have fallen into his trap." Li Dan was silent. He did not believe that San Lang would do anything to harm him. Otherwise, after hearing such a shocking matter, his suspicions would rise and he would have taken down the crown prince's power long ago. There was no need to discuss this with Wei Engshi. It was just that this was a matter of life and death, and he did not dare to treat it lightly. Now that Wei Engshi had hit the nail on the head and exposed the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes, Li Dan was immediately somewhat perplexed. These past few months, he was not completely ignorant of the discord between his sister and San Lang. He just did not expect the relationship between the two to have deteriorated to such an extent. Li Dan quietly said, "Fortunately, my beloved subject reminded me. I understand." Li Dan ordered Wei Engshi to withdraw. Dispiritedly, he stood up and sadly said, "Back then, when my Li family was in such a perilous situation, our family was still able to help each other and support each other. Now that my Li family has regained control of the world, it should be time for us to enjoy peace. How can our own flesh and blood harm each other?" Princess Taiping naturally had eyes and ears in the palace. When she learned that Wei Engshi had ruined her plans, she immediately flew into a rage. Sir Mo's words were still ringing in her ears. She also felt that the longer Li Longji was the crown prince, the more his position would be consolidated. She had to act quickly and fight with all her might. Now, Wei Engshi had first refused her attempts to rope him in, and now he had ruined her plans. He was the perfect chicken to serve as a warning to others. The sense of crisis caused Princess Taiping to act decisively 2 days later. She first removed Wei Engshi from his position as the head of the Secretariat and made him the left minister of the Secretariat. Although this position had the title of Prime Minister, it did not have the actual power to preside over the political affairs hall. Following that, she removed Wei Engshi from his administrative duties and sent him to the eastern capital to be the left guard. She transferred Liu Qiaodian, who had made great contributions in the case of Prince Qiao, Li Zhongfu's rebellion, to the capital. Soon after, someone reported that Wei Engshi's wife had killed a servant girl. Using this reason, Wei Engshi was demoted to the Qingzhou provincial governor. Attacking Wei Engshi was to frighten the officials and warn them not to interfere with her and the crown prince's struggle for power. But to remove Li Longji as the crown prince, she still needed Li Dan's consent. So Princess Taiping played another trick. She had the warlock Hui Fan tell Li Dan that there would be a mutiny in the palace within 5 days. In this era, there were very few people who didn't believe in the words of the warlock. Moreover, such a big matter had to be believed. Li Dan was shocked and immediately summoned Prime Minister Zhang Shuo and Yao Chong to discuss the matter. These two prime ministers were in charge of the Ministry of War and the Southern Office. Such a big matter naturally had to be discussed with them. Li Dan's expression changed as he told them the warning. Zhang Shuo immediately burst into laughter. Li Dan was stunned. "Why is Mr. Zhang laughing?" Zhang Shuo said, "Your Majesty, if there is a mutiny in the palace, which army does your Majesty plan to deploy to protect you?" Yao Chong also understood at this time. He smiled and said, "Since your Majesty has summoned me and Prime Minister Zhang, you must be planning to deploy the Southern Office Imperial Army?" Li Dan frowned doubtfully and said, "That's right. I have the same intention. Is there something wrong with it?" Zhang Shuo said, "Your Majesty, the ones guarding the palace now are the winged cavalry and the 10,000 cavalry. The winged cavalry and the 10,000 cavalry are led by the 4th and 5th Imperial Sons, respectively. Above them is the Crown Prince. Your Majesty is worried that there will be a mutiny in the palace. Is it because your Majesty is suspicious of the Crown Prince, the 4th and 5th Imperial Sons?" Li Dan said, "My beloved subject's words are incorrect. I'm only doing this as a precaution. When Yulin was under Wu Yuyi's control, weren't they also instigated by Zhang Pianji, Yang Fan, and the others? When Empress Wei was in power, the winged cavalry and 10,000 cavalry were under the Wei family's control. Didn't San Lang still contact the heroes in the army to seize the military power? I am worried that the Northern Gate Imperial Army will be used again. Let's not talk about others. Just the Wu family alone has many former subordinates in the army." Yao Chong said, "Your Majesty, if that's the case, your Majesty should just tell the Crown Prince, the 4th and 5th Imperial Sons, to be careful. Why do you need to expel the Yulin Guard and transfer troops from the Southern Yamen? If your subject guess is correct, this must be a plot by a scoundrel. As long as your Majesty falls for it, They can drive a wedge between your majesty and the crown prince. Li Dan was puzzled and said, if there are no mutiny in the next 5 days, there will be nothing to worry about. Even if someone is plotting a rebellion, as long as it has nothing to do with San Lang, how can they drive a wedge between me and San Lang? Zhang said, Your Majesty, when Zhongzong was still alive, he wanted to make Your Majesty the Emperor's younger brother. After Your Majesty refused, what did you do? Li Dan said, in order to prove my innocence, I handed over the military power of the Southern Yamen and stayed in seclusion. Zhang said, exactly. Since Your Majesty believes that there will be a mutiny in the palace, but you don't want the crown prince, the 4th and 5th imperial sons, to command the army. In order to prove their innocence, do they have any other choice but to hand over the military power to the emperor? At that time, who should Your Majesty hand over the military power to? Li Dan's expression suddenly changed. Yao Chong said leisurely, this is a wonderful plan. It easily seized the crown prince and the prince's military power and turned it into her own hands. If the crown prince did not hand over the military power, she could continue to slander him and say that the crown prince was disloyal. But what if the crown prince handed over the military power? Hey, she could still say that the crown prince had ulterior motives and was anxious to cover it up. Presumably, when Your Majesty handed over the military power of the Southern Yamen, someone also said the same thing in Zhongzong's ear. Hu Sungui Fan had been recruited by Princess Taiping as early as Wu Zetian's time. Taiping had even invited him to the Dragon Gate hot spring. Because of this, there were many scandals. His close relationship with Princess Taiping, naturally, could not be hidden from Li Dan. Li Dan had seen him when he was a guest at Princess Taiping's mansion. Now that Zhang Shuo and Yao Chong were echoing each other, Li Dan's heart immediately became clear. Li Dan suddenly stood up and said excitedly, I was muddle-headed and almost fell into a trap. I harmed my son. Li Dan raised his voice and said, stand down. The warriors, servants, and palace maids in the hall all retreated out of the hall. Li Dan walked around the imperial desk and faced Yao Chong and Zhang Shuo. He solemnly bowed. Yao Chong and Zhang Shuo were so flustered that they hastily stepped aside and returned the salute. Move, they said. Your Majesty, why are you like this? Li Dan had not wanted to tell the officials about the conflict between his younger sister and son. After all, one's dirty linen should not be aired in public. But he had almost fallen into a trap twice in a row and harmed his son. Right now his heart was trembling, and he did not dare to conceal anything. Li Dan said sincerely, I will not hide it from the two Xianggong. Previously, there were people who said that the crown prince wanted to harm me. Fortunately, Wei Xianggong was straightforward and remonstrated. Otherwise, I would have fallen into someone else's trap. This time, if not for the two Xianggong speaking bluntly, I would have been muddled. And Li Dan said, Taiping's personality is unyielding and San Lang is also a man of his own mind. The two of them help me manage the court. As time passes, it is hard to avoid disagreements. They each have people by their side who are either protecting their master or flattering them. It is unavoidable that they will try to guess their superior's intention and slander each other. If this continues, it will definitely lead to a great disaster. What do the two Xianggong advise me? Zhang Shuo and Yao Chong were moved by the emperor's sincerity. Zhang Shuo thought carefully for a while and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, subject has 3 ways to resolve Your Majesty's worries. I don't know if I should say them or not. Li Dan's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly said, Beloved Minister, quickly say it. Chapter 12:11. Zhang Shuo said, My first plan is that the crown prince is the 3rd son of the imperial family and doesn't conform to the tradition of a legitimate eldest son. Some people maliciously slander him and sow discord within the imperial family. This is the excuse to make the Eastern Palace restless. In my opinion, the eldest and 2nd sons should be given local titles and not return to the capital before the crown prince ascends to the throne. This is to quell the ill will of others. Li Dan stroked his beard in thought for a moment before nodding. Zhang Shuo continued, The 4th and 5th sons are currently generals of the Imperial Guard, in charge of the palace's security. If they get close to the crown prince, someone will sow discord between His Majesty's father and son. If they get close to His Majesty, someone will sow discord between the crown prince and his brother. I believe that the two princes can be removed from their positions as generals of the Imperial Guard, while the fourth and fifth sons can become generals of the Eastern Palace's left and right guards. With the two princes as the crown prince's generals, how can others sow discord? Li Dan was pleased. Master Zhang's words are very reasonable. Is this the second plan? Zhang Shuo shook his head with a smile. Not so. Everything I said just now was about the 5 princes. This is the first plan. Li Dan was surprised. Oh, then tell me, what is the second plan? Zhang Shuo said, for the second plan, Your Majesty can have the crown prince govern the country. His Majesty has already delegated the governance of the country to the crown prince, but he hasn't been given the title of regent. However, this will make the crown prince somewhat unjustifiable. This is also one of the reasons others will attack the crown prince. If Your Majesty has the crown prince govern the country, all doubts will be dispelled. Li Dan clapped his hands in approval, his face full of joy. If it was another emperor, such as Li Shimin or Wu Zetian, or even a milder Li Ji, if any of the officials suddenly went to suggest the crown prince to oversee the country, they would be courting death. However, Li Dan was a freak among the emperors. He loathed power and did not like to manage the affairs of the country. Now, everyone understood this point, which was why Zhang Shuo dared to speak to him so boldly. He did not need to worry that the emperor would be suspicious and think that he was being disrespectful to the emperor or harboring some ulterior motive. Zhang Shuo said, as for the third plan, at this point his eyes suddenly became a little gloomy. Your Majesty, the crown prince and the princess are both resolute people. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, so there are often conflicts. After the crown prince regains control of the country, Your Majesty can order Princess Taiping and her family to move to the eastern capital, Luoyang, to live in peace and wealth. The military and state affairs will be entrusted to the crown prince, and from then on all disputes will cease. Li Dan was startled when she heard this. Seeing this, Yao Chong hurriedly said, if Your Majesty follows Prime Minister Zhang's words, it will be a blessing for the country. Li Dan gave him a deep look. Does Master Yao also agree with this view? Yao Chong replied, exactly. The crown prince was the crown prince appointed by His Majesty. Sooner or later, he would have the power of the president. But Princess Taiping was just an assistant to His Majesty when His Majesty first ascended the throne. There were a lot of things to do, and His Majesty couldn't handle them all at once. Now that there was a crown prince, why not let Princess Taiping take off the heavy responsibility? It was the right way for a woman to take care of her husband and teach her children. This way, we can avoid harming the harmony of the royal family. Li Dan was greatly moved. He had never suspected that his sister coveted the throne. He only thought that his sister and his son's quarrel was so stiff because their temperaments were too different. He thought for a moment and nodded. I have no brothers in the world, only sister Taiping. How can I leave her far away in the eastern capital? Let her go out and relax. Everything else can be arranged according to Qing Qing's wishes. If they follow Zhang Shuo's suggestion and arrange for Princess Taiping to stay in the eastern capital, it will be sending a clear signal to the whole world. Princess Taiping would spend the rest of her life in the eastern capital and would never be allowed to return to Chang'an. But other places would be different. Sooner or later, she would have to return to the capital. The current move was only a means to ease the relationship between her and the crown prince. Seeing that Li Dan was reluctant to let Princess Taiping go to the eastern capital, Zhang Shuo and Yao Chong no longer insisted. They cupped their hands and said, as Your Majesty wishes. The two took their leave. As soon as they returned, Yao Chong looked for Song Jing to discuss. He quickly issued an edict. From now on, the princes and the emperor's son-in-law will not be in charge of the Forbidden Army. Those who are in charge of the Forbidden Army will be transferred to other positions. I ordered the Prince of Song, Li Qingqi, to be the provincial governor of Tongzhou, Li Shouli, the Prince of Cheng, to be the provincial governor of Feng, Li Longfan, the great general of the left Yulin, to be the left guard of the Eastern Palace, and the former great general of the right Yulin, Prince Shui, Li Longye, to be the right guard of the Easter Palace. Immediately, the second edict ordered Princess Taiping to move to Puzhou, now Yongji, Shaanxi. Then, the third edict ordered Crown Prince Li Longji to supervise the country. The three imperial edicts were like a thunderclap that was stronger than the previous one. They were issued at an incomparably fast speed. They knew how powerful Princess Taiping was and wanted to make it a reality. When the news reached Princess Taiping's mansion, Princess Taiping was taking advantage of her rare leisure time to tease the precious grandson that her eldest daughter had given birth to for her. After hearing the news, she didn't even have time to change out of her Yanju's regular clothes and gallop straight to the imperial palace. Li Dan had always feared and loved this younger sister of his. Seeing Princess Taiping angrily rushing over and questioning him, Li Dan blushed and stammered, not knowing how to respond. Princess Taiping slapped the table and said, "My imperial brother is perfectly fine. He has not personally gone into battle and is not seriously ill. How can he let the crown prince supervise the country? What will the world think when the news gets out? Song Jing and Yao Chong have ulterior motives. They must die to appease the world." Li Dan stammered, "The two Xianggong are thinking of me out of the kindness of your heart. You also know that I have always been lazy and neglected government affairs. Having the crown prince to help me with state affairs is exactly what I want." Princess Taiping said, "But this is not in line with the system. How can the emperor, in his prime, let the crown prince supervise the country? Once the news gets out, people will either suspect that you are seriously ill or suspect that the crown prince is forcing you. Our Li family has been through a lot." Li Dan sighed in annoyance and said, Fine. Then let's do it this way. I will issue another edict stating that the appointment and removal of officials below the 6th rank will be given to the crown prince. The appointment and removal of officials above the 5th rank will still be decided by me. Is this okay? Princess Taiping thought for a moment. If it was only officials below the 6th rank, it would not be a big problem. Officials above the 6th rank would still have to go through her elder brother, who would certainly consult her. When the time comes, the authority would still be in her hands. She said this is fine, but Yao Chong and Song Jing have ulterior motives. They must be severely punished. At this point, Taiping suddenly burst into tears. She choked and said, "All these years, I have done a lot for you. Everything I have done has been for the sake of Li Tang's country. I did not expect to be slandered by vile people." Li Dan was really afraid of his younger sister. Seeing her cry, he felt very uneasy and hurriedly said, "Lingyue, don't be sad. I will drive them out of the capital and demote them. How about that?" This scene was very similar to the time when Shangguan proposed to abolish Wu Meinyang's empress position. After hearing the news, Wu Meinyang angrily barged into the imperial palace. She scolded and cried bitterly, forcing Li Ji to push everything to Shangguan Yi. The proposal to abolish the empress was forced to stop, and Shangguan Yi was instead punished. Decades later, this scene played out again in Chang. However, the one forcing the abdication was not Wu Zetian, but her daughter Princess Taiping. The indecisive Emperor Li Ji in front of women was replaced by his son Li Dan. Hearing this, Princess Taiping calmed down a little. She looked at Li Dan and said, "Then what about the edict to expel me from Chang'an?" Seeing his younger sister being so aggressive, Li Dan was also a little annoyed. He said with some resentment, "Lingyue, I have no interest in state affairs. I asked you to assist me, but you should not have made things so awkward with San Lang. Don't think that I don't know some things because I am deep in the palace. Speaking of this, Li Dan finally could not bear to say harsh words. He softened his tone and said, "You should go to Puzhou and stay for a few days. Take it as a chance to relax. After a while, I will invite you back. San Lang has grown up and is still calm in doing things. As elders, we should not interfere too much. Let him rule the world." Princess Taiping was angry, but she had nothing to say. Her brother only asked her to go to Puzhou for a few days. It was not like he would never return. Could she let her brother understand that she actually cared about power and did not want to give it up? "Princess, Taiping swallowed her anger and waved her big sleeves. She sneered and said, "Fine. In that case, I am too lazy to worry. Since you trust Sam Lang, then let him rule the world." Linghua, Li Dan hurriedly got up. Unfortunately, he could not stop her in time. Princess Taiping had already waved her sleeves and left. In Feng Lu's room, Yang Fan relaxed his body and lay on his back. His head was pillowed with a soft bath towel. He seemed to have fallen asleep. The hot spring water emitted a dense mist that shrouded the surface of Feng Lu's water, making his face a little hazy. Outside the room, there was a clattering sound of wooden steps coming from the long wooden corridor. Because the sound was light and had a clear sense of rhythm, it was as pleasant as a piece of music. There was a soft knock on the door. Yang Fan asked lazily, "Is it Apricot?" "Hi, come in." "Sha." The wicket door was gently opened, and a delicate foot covered in snow-white Japanese-style socks stepped in lightly like a cat, followed by another foot. Both feet crossed, taking small steps in a typical Japanese-style lady's gait. The hem of a bright pink kimono decorated with cherry blossoms swayed on it. A young girl with a graceful and clean figure walked gently to Feng Lu's side and knelt down. The small bag tied with a bright blue ribbon did not hide her slender waist and unusually round buttocks. From her shoulders to her waist, she outlined a very beautiful curve. "Master," the young girl in kimono called softly with an exotic and soft voice. When she spoke, she slightly bowed her head. Her snow-white, delicate neck was like a swan pecking its feathers. It was extremely elegant. Yang Fan slowly opened his eyes. The young girl said in a low voice, "Master Fujiwara invites you to a banquet." Yang Fan thought for a moment and asked, "Which Master Fujiwara? Is it Fujiwara Bubi?" The young girl pursed her lips and smiled. She said softly, Yang Fan replied. He stood up from the water and stepped on the wooden steps. His naked body was fit and strong, exuding an indescribable masculine beauty. Hot water droplets rolled down from his body. There was a slight blush on Anko's bright face. She meekly stood up, picked up a bath towel, and gently wiped the water droplets off Yang Fan's body. She was careful, as if she was cleaning an exquisite piece of porcelain. Yang Fan's mind was not on her. Being served naked like this was the privilege of the upper class. At first, he was not used to it, but now he was used to it. He stood there, letting the beautiful Japanese girl wipe his body. His mind had already turned to Fujiwara Bubi. As the illegitimate son of Tenji Tenji and the person who supported Tenji Tenji, Fujiwara Bubi could be said to have power over the imperial court. He has been trying to curry favor with me recently. It should be because of the power I have and my huge cargo ship. This person is worth befriending. With Master Huai in the wilderness and Fujiwara in the imperial court, I can firmly control the Japanese trade route and transport a large amount of gold and silver back to our country to strengthen my power. He was wearing a black robe in the style of the Central Plains, a moon-white hair scarf with blue edges, and a leather belt. His originally slender waist, narrow back, and strong and masculine warrior's physique suddenly changed into a gentle and elegant gentleman. Fujiwara Anko knelt at the feet of Yang Fan and tidied his robe. She looked up at him with admiration and love. At this time, the barrier door was open again. Anu walked in quickly from outside. When she saw Yang Fan, she raised her hand, holding a wrinkled letter, and said, "Lang Jun, there is news from home." "Oh." Yang Fan was a little surprised and quickly reached out to take it. Anko put her hands on her knees and gently bowed to Anu. "Greetings, madam." Then she gently stood up, walked backward out of the room, and gently closed the door for them. Anu teased and said, "Anko is quite good at serving people. Do you want to take her with you when you return home?" Yang Fan had quickly read the letter at this time. His eyes flashed with horror, and he said in a deep voice, "Return home immediately." Chapter 12:12. Li Longji knew that his aunt, Princess Taiping, had built up a great power over the years. Ever since his father ascended to the throne, his aunt's power had expanded at an astonishing speed. However, his estimation of his aunt's power was greatly off. Prime Minister Wei Engshi had been driven out of the court by Princess Taiping. In order to appease Princess Taiping, Li Dan drove Yao Chong and Song Jing out of the capital. In the past, when Princess Taiping chose the prime minister, she paid more attention to their talents and the outside world's opinions. So she didn't put too many private people into the political affairs hall. Ever since she suffered a loss from Yao Chong and Song Jing, Princess Taiping no longer had any scruples in appointing people. She arranged for her own people to fill the 3 vacancies. At this time, there were 7 prime ministers in the political affairs hall. 5 of them were under Princess Taiping's tutelage. Princess Taiping also placed many private people among the court officials and imperial army generals. As a result, after Princess Taiping left the capital and went to Puzhou, the officials immediately began to neglect their duties. Li Longji, the crown prince who was supervising the state, unexpectedly became so strict that he couldn't even leave the palace. The officials didn't dare to openly defy the decree, but it was easy for them to delay or distort the decree. Li Longji was full of ambition, but it was as if he had fallen into a swamp. He was trapped in the mud and couldn't move his hands or feet. He was still a young man full of vigor. Facing his aunt's powerless methods, he was both depressed and resentful. In desperation, he angrily wrote to the emperor, requesting to resign from the position of crown prince. Li Dan didn't care about politics and enjoyed herself in the palace. She had a limited understanding of her son's difficulties, so she immediately rejected his request. Ever since Princess Taiping went to Puzhou, Li Dan had to personally handle the appointment and dismissal of officials above the 6th rank. Li Dan was annoyed by this. Seeing that her son wanted to resign from the position of crown prince, she thought there was some rumor in the outside world. In order to avoid further entanglements, Li Dan simply gathered the officials above the 3rd rank and discussed the matter of abdication. Li Dan said to the officials above the 3rd rank, "I have always been indifferent to worldly affairs and don't value 10,000. Mother resigned from the position of crown prince because she was the heir of the emperor, and the previous emperor declined the suggestion of the emperor's younger brother. Now that I am the emperor, I am tired of government affairs and intend to officially pass the position to the crown prince. What do you all think?" The officials looked at each other, not knowing what the emperor was trying to do. Faced with such a sensitive issue, the officials who were loyal to the crown prince did not dare to say much, and those who were loyal to Princess Taiping did not dare to rashly oppose it. The officials were silent for a long time without saying a word. Li Dan was rather impatient and asked again, "What do you all think?" The palace attendant imperial censor and Feng Yao were not 3rd-ranked officials, but their positions were special. That was why they were present at the palace hall. Seeing that the officials did not speak, he did not have much scruples. He spoke, "Your Majesty is still young and has not been on the throne for long. The people of the 4 seas have only just begun to admire you. How can you abdicate so hastily? I do not think it is appropriate." As soon as someone took the lead, the rest of the ministers began to talk. One after another, the Taiping party members came forward to oppose. Seeing the crowd's ferocious mood, Li Dan was rather displeased, but there were too many people opposing. Li Dan did not want to be stubborn, so he had no choice but to drop the idea. But the next day, he still issued an edict, announcing that all military and national affairs would be handled by the crown prince, and that the crimes of officials below the 5th rank, as well as their appointment and removal, would be decided by the crown prince. The appointment and removal of officials above the 5th rank, as well as their crimes, would have to be discussed with the crown prince first and then reported to him. In this way, Li Dan was giving Li Longji the power that he had previously given to Princess Taiping. But although Li Longji had been granted great power, the political situation was still very difficult to carry out, because the Taiping party members seemed to agree on the surface but opposed on the inside. It was still difficult to carry out his orders. This kind of official struggle also could not use force, so Li Longji was helpless. If he wanted to change the status quo within the official rules, he could only vigorously attack the Taiping party members and reform the government. But although Princess Taiping had gone to Puzhou, she would return sooner or later. Based on her position in his father's heart, Li Longji could not harden his heart to shed all pretense of cordiality with his aunt. Moreover, even if he threw caution to the wind, out of the 7 prime ministers of the Political Affairs Hall, 5 of them were Taiping's disciples. His adjustment of the high-ranking officials would not be approved. The Tang dynasty spent another 4 months in this kind of internal friction. During these 4 months, the imperial court was almost in a state of stagnation. Fortunately, this empire was too large, and only relying on inertia, there would not be any trouble within a year. If there was no accident, this kind of internal friction would continue for a few more months until Li Longji could not bear it anymore and took extreme measures, or Princess Taiping was ready and launched an all-out attack on Li Longji. But an accident quickly changed the situation. Wu Yuji was dead. Wu Yuji fell ill not long after he arrived in Puzhou. Originally, it was not serious, but after a period of treatment, his illness became more and more serious, and finally he died. When the news came out, Li Dan, the emperor who was perfunctory in the court but very concerned about family, immediately conferred Wu Yuji the posthumous title of Prince Ding. He let Princess Taiping's eldest son inherit the title, and her second and third sons were also conferred the title of Junwang to show his favor. Immediately, he issued an edict to welcome Princess Taiping back to the capital. When Princess Taiping arrived, she had been preparing for a counterattack. She wanted to use the officials' indolence to give Li Longji a show of strength and let Li Longji retreat. As she expected, Li Longji chose to resign from the crown prince position out of anger, but unfortunately, it was rejected by Li Dan. Seeing that her plan had failed, Princess Taiping began to plan another attack on Li Longji. When there was a major flaw in the imperial court, the 5 prime ministers would lead the civil and military officials to impeach the crown prince and force him to abdicate. Unexpectedly, because of her husband's death, Li Dan took her back to the capital in advance. Yang Fan kept a low profile when he left the capital, and he also kept a low profile when he returned. Almost no one was alarmed. So it was not until the 3rd day after he returned that some of his friends heard about his return and came to see him. But Princess Taiping was different. When she returned to Chang, and the entire imperial court was almost empty. The emperor, Li Dan, led the crown prince, the princes, and the prime ministers to welcome her in person. Many officials of the imperial court also spontaneously went to welcome her. This was the first time that Princess Taiping publicly showed her capital to the crown prince, and also a disguised demonstration to Li Longji. After Princess Taiping returned to the capital, the emperor held a banquet to welcome her, and then the civil and military officials came one after another to the Princess Taiping's mansion to greet her. Many officials who were not even qualified to greet Princess Taiping presented greeting cards and gifts to show their sincerity. Princess Taiping did not feel much about Wu Yuji's death. Among her 2 husbands, only Xue Xiao was the man she truly loved, and also the man she was sincerely sad for and cherished. Besides him, only Yang Fan could enter her heart. Wu Yuji was just a political marriage her mother forced on her, and she never regarded him as her lifelong partner. The focus of this marriage was not the union of the man and the woman, but the union of the 2 political groups they represented. Now, one of the 2 political groups had risen again, and the other had completely declined, just like their marriage had ended. Therefore, after Princess Taiping returned to the capital, she did not act like an ordinary woman observing mourning, but quickly and actively prepared for the counterattack against the crown prince. This return was a victory for her. She wanted to use the remaining power of the victory to pursue and completely defeat the crown prince. Princess Taiping began to meet the officials frequently, and with each meeting, the counterattack against the crown prince began to brew. This arrangement was cleverly concealed by the courteous visits of the officials. As for the mountain of greeting cards and invitations, she threw them all to the chief of staff to deal with. Princess Taiping had no time to pay attention to these things. Because of this, it was not until 3 days later that Yang Fan's invitation was sent to her. This invitation was mixed in with many ordinary officials' invitations and greeting cards. These days, the chief of staff of the princess's mansion was also very busy, so he dealt with these things a little late. Under normal circumstances, He did not need to care too much about these things. He only needed to take time to organize these greeting cards into a list for Princess Taiping's reference, so that she could know which officials were close to her. Naturally, he was not in a hurry, but he did not expect that there was an invitation from Yang Fan among them. When he saw this invitation, he thought of the rumors about Princess Taiping and General Yang in the marketplace. He could not help but be shocked and broke into a cold sweat. He quickly took this invitation to see Princess Taiping. As he expected, when Princess Taiping saw this invitation, she immediately flew into a rage. How dare you? This invitation was sent the day before yesterday, and the date of the invitation was yesterday. You actually sent it today. The chief of staff was sweating and stammered. I only thought that those greeting cards and invitations were unimportant matters, so I was negligent. I am guilty, and I am willing to accept punishment from your highness. Princess Taiping said angrily, "What's the use of punishing you? If you're negligent again, you will lose your position as the chief of staff. Leave." Yes, yes, yes. The chief of staff of the princess's mansion was sweating and left awkwardly. Holding the invitation card, Princess Taiping thought that she had failed to meet Yang Fan's invitation 3 times. She felt a little uneasy. Looking back at the high pile of official letters on the table that needed to be dealt with urgently, Princess Taiping finally made up her mind and ordered loudly, "Guards, prepare the carriage." A light carriage with only 3 to 5 guards quietly drove to the Yang mansion by the Longqing pool. A bodyguard got off the horse and rushed to the gate. Soon he returned and reported to the person in the carriage. "Princess, the Yang mansion's people said that General Yang is having a banquet in the Golden Hairpin Drunk and is not in the mansion." Golden Hairpin Drunk? Is there also a Golden Hairpin Drunk in Chang'an? Hearing the name of this restaurant, Princess Taiping suddenly fell into a trance, as if she had suddenly returned to Luoyang and returned to the Golden Hairpin Drunk winery more than 10 years ago. At that time, the relationship between her and Yang Fan was very subtle. They were like enemies, but also like friends. But because of the passion, compared with the indifference now, she especially missed it. Princess Taiping gently sighed and ordered, "Go to the Golden Hairpin Drunk." The bodyguard was stunned and hesitated. "Princess, I don't know where the Golden Hairpin Drunk winery is located." Princess Taiping was furious. "Bastard, what's the use of your mouth? Don't you know how to ask?" The bodyguard was as quiet as a cicada in winter. He hurriedly agreed and directed the carriage to leave Longqing Lane. Chapter 12:13. Golden Hairpin Zhe in Chang, and was a branch of Golden Hairpin Zhe in Luoyang. When Wu Zetian moved back to Chang, and in her later years, the owner of Golden Hairpin Zhe also took the opportunity to open a branch in Chang'an. As expected, business was booming, especially for those who moved from Luoyang to Chang'an. Many of them liked to come to this old restaurant in Luoyang to drink, which made this restaurant famous in Chang'an. It was easy for Princess Taiping's people to find out the location of this hotel. This hotel was located in the East City, very close to Longqing Square, so Princess Taiping drove directly to Golden Hairpin Zhe. Although Golden Hairpin Zhe in Chang and was a branch, it was bigger than Golden Hairpin Zhe in Luoyang. It was 5 stories high, like an ancient pagoda. The higher the floor, the smaller the area, but the more luxurious the interior decoration was. Even the tables and tables were very particular. The style of the highest floor was completely different from that of the lower floors. It appeared to be very simple and elegant. There were no gorgeous decorations at all. The tables, lamps, and utensils were no longer made of gold or silver. Instead, there was a sense of grace and elegance to it. Generally, those who chose to stay and entertain guests here were the rich and powerful. Too vulgar decorations obviously wouldn't attract their attention. There was a relatively spacious place in front of the hall, which was convenient for the dancers and musicians. But now it was empty. There were only 2 guests sharing a table. Sometimes they whispered, and sometimes they laughed. But the whole roof was too empty, so it was still quiet. A pretty girl was kneeling behind a master. She was wearing a yellow kimono embroidered with red cherry blossoms, and a wide snow-white belt was tied around her slender waist. Although she was kneeling, she appeared to be graceful and spirited, beautiful and pure. She listened to the owner and the guest with a gentle smile and took the opportunity to pour wine for them. After a while, the guest bowed to the owner and said goodbye. The owner didn't get up. He just smiled and nodded to the guest, watching him stride away. When the guest disappeared at the top of the stairs, the owner sighed softly. He closed his tipsy eyes slightly and fell back, lying on the soft and round thighs of the girl. The man lying on the beauty's lap was naturally Yang Fan, and the man who just left was Su Liang. Recently, when Yang Fan was meeting with his old friends, he often chose this place instead of his mansion. He had left the imperial court, so he naturally could not cut off his friendship. However, he did not want to continue to have too many connections, so he could only show it in some small details, such as the banquets. The fact that he did not entertain guests at home was a signal. Through this exchange with Su Liang, Yang Fan was finally relieved about the future of his comrades. In the 6 months since he left Chang, and his brothers in the army had already completed a major turning point in their lives. Li Longji had once promised him that he would treat his brothers well and not harbor any suspicions towards them. This stemmed from Li Longji's immense confidence in himself. Yang Fan believed in his promise, especially when Li Longji had ignored Wang Maozhong, who had abandoned him at a critical juncture. Li Longji had appointed him as a third-rank Grand General of Guide Virtue. This made Yang Fan even more confident that Li Longji wasn't a ruthless person who would cook his hounds after the cunning hare was killed. But even so, he still planned ahead and gave his brother some instructions before he left. Chu Kuanga, Ma Xiao, and the others were a group of pure soldiers. They had no ambition, but given their positions, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be schemed against. Although it was glorious to be a general of the Yulin Guard, the risks they had to bear were also great. Yang Fan instructed them to resign from their military positions in the Yulin Guard to the Emperor and to be transferred to other guards in the northern or southern branches, or even to serve in the local or frontier areas. These people had great trust in Yang Fan, so they naturally obeyed his instructions. Now, Ma Xiao, Huang Xuchang, and the others had smoothly been transferred to the southern branch, and Chu Kuanga had asked to go to the western regions. When these generals were transferred out of the Yulin Guard, they had all been promoted by 1 or 2 ranks. Now, no matter where they were placed, they were all generals with great authority. The only one left in the Yulin Guard was Su Liang, who still held the position of commander-in-chief, but didn't directly command the troops. With his brother's affairs settled, Yang Fan was naturally relieved. Resting his head on a round, charming, and fragrant thigh, Yang Fan's body completely relaxed, but there was still a hint of heaviness in his heart. He had originally thought that the future of his brothers was the last problem he needed to worry about. Who knew that when he was far away in Japan, he would suddenly hear news of Taiping's ambition? Yang Fan never thought that Princess Taiping would be so keen on power. She was a princess of the Tang dynasty and the younger sister of the current emperor. She had taken care of the emperor's family for many years and was highly respected and favored by the current emperor. She could have always enjoyed a happy life and maintained her influence on the court, but she actually coveted the throne? Yang Fan couldn't believe that she would make such a choice, but he had to believe it. If his subordinates didn't have more conclusive evidence, they wouldn't have reported it to Tianshu, and the think tanks of Tianshu wouldn't have made such a judgment and sent people across the sea to urgently report to him. However, Taiping refused to see him and ignored him 3 times in a row. If Yang Fan wanted to see her, it was not impossible. With his martial arts, he could even sneak into the heavily guarded princess mansion. The problem was that Taiping was so unyielding. If she was determined to see him, what was the point of sneaking into the princess mansion and seeing her? Thinking of this, Yang Fan sighed deeply. He could accept that Taiping had left him, but how could he sit back and watch her go into the abyss? He didn't understand what Taiping had been pursuing all her life. Now that the Li Tang dynasty finally had a more satisfactory situation, why did she create trouble? Sir, you can't go up. The upper floor has been reserved by a guest. Ouch! The voice of the waiter came from the stairway, followed by the sound of someone rolling down the stairs. It seemed that someone had pushed him down the stairs. Yang Fan's heart trembled. His guards were guarding downstairs. How could someone rush up without a sound and ask the waiter to stop them? Yang Fan suddenly sat up, but he only glanced at the stairway before his tense body suddenly relaxed. There was a scholar in a white robe at the stairway. She wore a green gauze cap on her head and a leather belt around her waist. Her face was like jade, and she was elegant and elegant. It was Princess Taiping dressed in men's clothes. Liangzhou, the Ma family's old restaurant. The female receptionist leaned over the table and flirted with the customers who were talking dirty. Some people were sitting there holding large bowls and eating, while others were holding horse whips and strode back and forth through the hall. In the front courtyard, cows, horses, alpacas, and all kinds of goods were in a mess, giving off an unpleasant smell. Ever since Moshe changed the strategy of the Eastern expedition to invade the Western regions, the relationship between the Turks and the Tang dynasty had eased a lot. Last year, Moshe had won a great victory in the Western expedition, but because they underestimated the enemy, they fell into an ambush. This battle changed the situation from a great victory to a great defeat, and the Turks suffered a great loss. In order to supply the soldiers, horses, cattle, and sheep needed for Moshe's Western expedition, many of the tribes in the East who were dependent on Moshe suffered unspeakable hardships. Now that Moshe was defeated, their control over the East rapidly declined. Many tribes took the opportunity to break away from the Turks and seek refuge with the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty did not reject any of those who surrendered and settled them in the Liangzhou area. For their safety, and of course to restrain these surrendered tribes, the imperial court also appointed the Right Yulin General Xuan Na as the chief supervisor of Liangzhou, with the Qishui army stationed in Liangzhou. They also appointed the left guard General Guo Qingwan as the chief supervisor of Shuafeng, with the Qishui army stationed in Bingzhou. The sudden increase of so many tribes and garrisons meant that Liangzhou needed a lot of daily necessities. At the same time, there was a lot of livestock that could be sold. This was a great business opportunity for merchants, so there were merchants everywhere, making it the most developed place in the western regions. The Ma family's old restaurant occupied a large area. In the backyard of the house, there were large livestock pens. Behind the pens, near the wall, there were several houses that seemed to be the living quarters of the workers who took care of the livestock. This place was extremely secluded and quiet, so it was difficult to attract the attention of outsiders. A man in a Chinese-style leather robe passed through the long livestock area and came to a secluded small courtyard in the backyard. He pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. In the small courtyard, there was a scholar sitting under a tree, reading a book. The small courtyard was very clean, but the outside was full of livestock sheds. The smell was extremely bad, but the scholar was calm and did not care about the bad environment around him. As soon as the courtyard door was closed, the man in the leather robe hurriedly reported, "Young master, there's a big business today. You have to make the decision." The scholar raised his head and looked slightly surprised. "What kind of big business is it that you need me to make the decision?" This person was Lu Binji. He actually hid in the western regions, in Shun Mu's old nest. Who would have thought that he was hiding in the most dangerous place? Moreover, the movement of people in Liangzhou was very frequent, and the composition of people was extremely complicated. The official household registration system was very difficult to use here, so it was no wonder that the obvious and hidden sects could not find him. The man in the leather robe and dressed like a local man was Lu Binji's advisor Ding Yu. Ding Yu excitedly said, "The person who contacted me said that his master is called Ashina Muzi, the son of the Turkic Khan Moshe. Because his voice is hoarse, he was given the cold shoulder by his family, and his tribe was ostracized by the other tribes, so he angrily betrayed the Turkic Khaganate." Hearing this, Lu Binji was somewhat moved. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Since this person was Moshe's son, even if he was not valued, his tribe was still a wealthy tribe in the current Yangzhou. After falling into Yang Fan and Shun Mu's trap, Lu Binji almost lost all his family's wealth. Now that he wanted to make a comeback, he urgently needed financial support, so he could not ignore such a big customer. Lu Binji anxiously asked, "What does he want to buy, And what price does he want to pay? Ding Yu said, Musy is not willing to be abandoned by his family, and he has always wanted to use force to take back the position of Kagan. However, the Turkic Khaganate is oppressed by the other major tribes, and there is no chance for him to grow stronger. So he hardened his heart and betrayed the Tang dynasty. But the Tang dynasty will give him farmland, pastures, and provide for him to raise his people, but they will not give him weapons, so he will not have a powerful force. So, understand. Liu Binji put down the scroll, and with his hands behind his back, he paced around the small courtyard twice. Suddenly, he stopped and said, This person is worth meeting. This person will become our old customer and help us recover our strength as quickly as possible. Where has his tribe been settled? I will personally go and meet him. 40 li to the west of Liangzhou was a fortress, and around the fortress was a large piece of land that could be used for farming. Further west was a desolate and uninhabited grassland that spanned several hundred li. This was the pastoral land of the Ashina Musy tribe. Liu Binji and a few guards disguised as local people, riding fast horses towards Musy's stronghold. As soon as they arrived, the people of Musy's clan, who were guarding in front of the stronghold, immediately used their horns to send a message into the stronghold. Musy, who had long known that there would be a wealthy merchant from the Central Plains paying a visit today, immediately came out with a few trusted subordinates to welcome them. Liu Binji went forward with a smile, and when he saw Musy's appearance, he was so shocked that his soul almost left his body. Drawing his saber in shock, he shouted, We've been tricked. He is Yang Fan. Chapter 12:14. On the top floor of Drunken Golden Hairpin, Princess Taiping and Yang Fan sat opposite each other. She did not touch the wine that Xingzi poured for her. Erlang, if it was you, when you have made all kinds of preparations, mobilized a large number of people, and are about to start the change of the dragon, can you stop if I come forward to persuade you to stop? Looking at Yang Fan's silence, Princess Taiping smiled calmly. Me too. I can't turn back. That is an excuse. Yang Fan raised his eyes. It is not that you have no way out. No matter how hard it is to stop, is it more difficult than continuing to fight with your family? You are the younger sister of the emperor and the aunt of the crown prince. Whether it is the current emperor or the emperor, they are not cold-blooded people. As long as you let go of your delusion, they will not make things difficult for you. Princess Taiping sneered. Delusion? What is delusion? We have the same bloodline, but just because I am a woman, it is delusion to want to be the emperor? And no matter how mediocre that man is, he can naturally be the emperor? Who set this rule? Even if it is set by heaven, my mother broke this rule. But she still lost in the end and became the empress of the Tang dynasty. Today is very different from the empress. Lingwei, I do not want you to fall off the cliff and be smashed to pieces. Princess Taiping's eyes lit up. Then come and help me. As long as you are willing to help me, my chance of success will at least double. Yang Fan looked at Princess Taiping's shining eyes, and his heart was filled with sorrow. He found that he could not persuade Taiping. She could not listen to anything. Her heart had been possessed by the devil. Princess Taiping looked at his expression, and her eyes were also filled with sorrow. You are not willing? You rebelled against my mother because you could not stand a woman in power. Later, you rebelled against Empress Wei because if she gained power, your family and your brothers would not have a good ending. You can draw your sword for your ambition. For your family, draw your sword. For your brothers, draw your sword. But you will not work for me. Princess Taiping slowly stood up. It is a mistake for me to come today. In addition to bringing me more disappointment, there is nothing. She turned and walked towards the entrance of the building. Yang Fan looked at her back and called out weakly. Princess Taiping didn't look back. She walked out step by step and said lightly, Wan Er's cenotaph didn't bury her, but the love between you and me. Take care of yourselves. I have my own path to walk. In Musy's castle, although Liu Binji had already figured out that this was all a misunderstanding, he still felt apprehensive as he sat across from Musy. Musy and Yang Fan looked exactly the same, but because of their different life experiences over the years, Musy's skin was rougher than Yang Fan's. Her face also looked older, but her facial features were still very similar. That was why Lu Bingji was scared out of his wits at first sight. He thought that Yang Fan had disguised himself and came to Liangzhou to lure him. Mu Si used his hoarse and unpleasant voice to talk to Lu Bingji about the number of swords, bows, and armors he wanted to buy. Most of the time, he just pointed out the main points and instructed his subordinates to elaborate. Lu Bingji listened absent-mindedly. There seemed to be a window in his heart that could be pierced with a poke. Mu Si used his hoarse voice and said, "Young master, these things I need can be paid with gold and silver, slaves, and cattle. But I don't know when you can buy these things for me." Lu Bingji suddenly looked up and said, "Your Excellency's throat, has it really not been cured yet?" Lu Bingji's sudden words stunned everyone in the tent. Yang Fan couldn't think of a way to stop Tai Ping. Even if he was still in the officialdom, he couldn't stop her. Tai Ping, who was stubborn, couldn't turn back. No one could stop her from moving forward on the path she had chosen. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. This matter had become a sore point in Yang Fan's heart, and he couldn't get rid of it. That night, Yang Fan was thinking hard in his study. "Father, quickly come and see." Yang Ji ran into the study, his voice still changing. He excitedly pulled him up and said, "Father, there's a phenomenon in the sky. Quickly come and see." Yang Fan was curiously pulled by his son to the courtyard. He saw his family members and many servants standing in the courtyard, looking up at the sky and pointing at it. Yang Fan looked up and saw a large star stretching across the night sky. It was abnormally bright, and the large star even had a long, glowing tail behind it. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. "I was wondering what kind of phenomenon it was. So it's a jinx." Yang Serong, who was looking up at the sky, asked curiously, "Father, what is a jinx?" Yang Fan's thoughts suddenly returned to the distant past. The big ship rode the wind and waves, and he stood at the bow, looking at a big star in the sky. The comet in the sky attracted everyone's attention. In the palace, Li Dan, who had been focused on tending to the flowers and plants, also straightened her back. She stood on the stone steps and looked at the sky curiously. She ordered, "Quickly send an order to the imperial astronomer to investigate the cause of the phenomenon." In an exquisite small building in Princess Taiping's residence, a woman with the surname Wu leaned on the railing and looked at the sky for a long time. She stared at the 2-feet-long blue comet in the night sky for a long time. At this moment, an old man in a long robe quickly came up the building. He panted slightly and bowed to her. He said happily, "Congratulations, Princess. Heaven is helping Princess." Princess Taiping turned around in surprise and asked, "Mr. Mo, why am I happy?" The next morning, the imperial astronomer, Zhang Ziming, bowed down and reported in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, there was a big star in the sky last night. It came from the west and entered Taiwei. The emperor's throne is facing a disaster. The crown prince will become the emperor." As soon as these words came out, all the officials were shocked. Yang Cixin stood on the steps and shouted for silence, but he could not stop it. In the midst of the chaos, a palace guard suddenly rushed up to the hall and reported, "Your Majesty, the master of the Holy Benevolence Temple and the Duke of Hui Fan have an urgent matter to report to the emperor." Li Dan's mind was in a mess. He hurriedly said, "Send it in." A moment later, a monk with a beard and sunken eyes walked into the Golden Hall. He bowed to Li Dan and said, "This poor monk Hui Fan greets your Majesty." Li Dan asked, "What does the monk have to report to me?" Hui Fan said, "Your Majesty, I observed the sky yesterday and discovered that the comet came from the west and entered Taiwei. This is a sign of the shaking of the monarch's power. It is inauspicious for your Majesty. I am afraid that your Majesty will face a disaster of war and blood, so I hurried here to report." The people of the time had great faith in the celestial phenomena. According to the theory of celestial perception, major changes in the celestial phenomena corresponded to major changes in the human world. When Yang Fan wandered into Guangzhou and was taken out to sea by Curly Beard's descendant, Zhang Qua, he had seen a large star appear in the sky. At that time, the Empress of Heaven, Wu Ziqian, thought that it was an auspicious sign that she would replace her son as the emperor. She even happily changed a year's name to Guangzhai. When the officials saw this unusual phenomenon, they were already discussing spiritedly. When the Directorate of Heaven said it, they believed 50 to 60% of it. Now that Hui Fan Senior Monk's words coincided with the Directorate of Heavens, all the officials believed without a doubt. Hui Fan's words were even more direct than the Directorate of Heavens. The monarch's power will be shaken, and the emperor will face a disaster of blood. What does this mean? After understanding the hidden meaning, all the officials were shocked. The ministers who supported the crown prince immediately felt that something was wrong. They were afraid that the emperor would immediately issue an edict to capture the crown prince in order to protect himself. A few of the ministers gathered their courage and were about to refute Hui Fan's theory of ghosts and gods when they heard Li Dan's voice from the throne. A large star appearing in the sky. Does this mean that the throne has changed hands? In that case, we will comply with the will of heaven and abdicate the throne for the crown prince to inherit. Li Dan's words silenced the entire Golden Hall. The Directorate of Astronomy, Zhang Ziming, and Hu Xinghui Fan were both stunned. The emperor's reaction was a bit unexpected. We clearly told the emperor that the crown prince has ill intentions and will immediately start a rebellion. Shouldn't the emperor immediately capture the crown prince? Even if he isn't killed, he should be imprisoned. How? The two swindlers only knew how to act mysteriously under someone's orders. Faced with this kind of situation, they didn't know how to react. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Li Dan stood up and said with a rare decisiveness, "We are tired of government affairs and have long lost interest in being the emperor. Time and time again, we have to pass the throne to the crown prince, and it's all because of you. Now that the heavens have given us a warning, if we continue to ignore it, the heavens will punish us. Thus, we have decided to abdicate the throne." Li Longji was currently in the East Palace. Upon hearing this news, he hurriedly rushed to the Golden Hall and kowtowed to his father. "Father, you mustn't do this. Your son obtained your recognition with a small contribution and surpassed my brothers to become the crown prince. I have been restless all day and night. So why are you in such a hurry to abdicate the throne? Your son is terrified and doesn't dare accept it." Li Dan said, "San Lang, the reason why I have the world is not because of my power, but because of your contributions. Today, the heavens have given us a warning that the emperor's throne is facing a calamity. Thus, I want to abdicate the throne to you in order to turn this calamity into a blessing. Don't refuse." Li Longji repeatedly kowtowed. "Your son is terrified. Please, father, take back your order." Li Dan was impatient. In his opinion, since the heavens were warning him that his life would be in danger if he continued to be the emperor, then he should abdicate the throne. In any case, he was already annoyed at being the emperor. Wouldn't abdication solve all his problems? Li Dan slapped the table and angrily said, "The will of the heavens cannot be defied. Now, the heavens want me to abdicate the throne. If San Lang is a filial son, then you should happily agree. Do you really want the heavens to send a calamity down on me and then ascend the throne in front of my spirit?" Li Longji turned pale with fright and hurriedly kowtowed. "Your son doesn't dare. Your son doesn't dare." Li Dan said, "Since you don't dare, then don't refuse." Ministers and the Board of Rites immediately prepare for the new emperor's coronation ceremony. Immediately announce to the world that the crown prince will ascend the throne in 3 days. After saying this, Li Dan relaxed and returned to the inner palace. He was still thinking about watering the pot of exotic flowers from overseas that he had found yesterday. All the civil and military officials were dumbfounded. The throne that countless people fought over and would rather die than give up is actually worthless in the eyes of the current emperor. Chapter 12:15. In Princess Taiping's mansion, Mr. Mo said to Princess Taiping with a face full of guilt, "Princess, this is all my fault. I never thought that the emperor would react like this when he heard about the catastrophe of the comet. I was careless and ruined your highness's plan. I really—" Princess Taiping waved her hand disappointedly and smiled bitterly at him. "Forget it. I can't blame you for this. I didn't expect that my brother would make such a choice. Alas, My family has always produced strange people. I can't blame you, can't blame you. Mr. Imo stepped forward and said, Princess, when San Lang was the crown prince, he already had a righteous reputation. Now that he is going to ascend the throne and become the emperor, he will have the hearts of the people. Your Highness, you should seriously consider your future now. Princess Taiping slowly turned to him with a gloomy face. What advice does Mr. Imo have? Mr. Imo said, In my opinion, San Lang's fate is already unstoppable. If Princess can stop in time and hand over all the power in your hands, ask the retired emperor to mediate and ask for the crown prince's forgiveness, you may be safe. This is the so-called best plan. Princess Taiping's eyes suddenly sharpened. Her voice softened and she slowly asked, Then what is the worst plan? Mr. Imo said, The worst plan is to take advantage of the fact that San Lang has just ascended the throne and hasn't had time to clean up the princess's followers. We should mobilize the 5 prime ministers of the political affairs hall, the ministers of the court, and the generals in the army to immediately carry out a mutiny. Otherwise, even if it is delayed for 1 more year, the new emperor's throne will be stable. Princess Taiping was silent for a while and said sternly, I won't admit defeat. Princess Taiping suddenly turned around and said in a trembling voice, In my life, I have only bowed my head to someone twice. The first time, it ruined my whole life. The second person, it was that person who betrayed me. From now on, I will never bow my head to anyone, never. Princess Taiping hurriedly left the mansion and entered the palace. She knew that it was impossible, but she still decided to persuade Li Dan to retract his order. Li Dan had finally obtained his freedom, and he was not willing to go back on his word. This was the first time he firmly refused his sister's request. Ling Yue, I have made up my mind to pass the throne to avoid disaster. You don't have to persuade me anymore. Princess Taiping saw that Li Dan was determined, so she settled for the second best option. She tried to persuade Li Dan that even though he would abdicate to become the Emperor Emeritus, the affairs of the country should still be handled by him personally. Li Dan was still unwilling, but he couldn't resist his younger sister's persuasion again and again. In the end, he could only take a step back and decided the appointment of officials of the 3rd rank and above, as well as the major criminal cases, will still be decided by the emperor. Taiping secretly let out a sigh of relief. As long as the appointment and removal of officials above the 3rd rank still depended on her brother, then even if Li Longji became emperor, he still wouldn't be able to touch the prime minister and the 6 ministers. In this way, her main staff wouldn't be affected, and she would still have the strength to fight. Since he had achieved his goal, Taiping did not say anything more. He immediately took his leave and went back to prepare for any changes. 3 days later, Li Dan officially passed down the throne to the crown prince. After another 8 days, all kinds of rites were prepared. Li Longji ascended the throne and proclaimed himself emperor, honoring his father, Li Dan, as the emperor emeritus. The emperor emeritus called himself Zhen and issued an edict Gao. Once every 5 days, he received the morning court in Taiji Palace Hall and was still in charge of the appointment and removal of officials of the 3rd rank and above. The emperor called himself Yu and issued an edict Ji. Every day, he would sit in Wuda Palace Hall and listen to the affairs of the court. It wasn't that Li Longji's faction didn't notice Princess Taiping's strange actions. However, because the emperor emeritus favored Taiping, Li Longji had to consider his father's feelings and couldn't make up his mind to deal with his aunt. The new prime minister, Liu Youqiu, who had relied on Li Longji's support to ascend the throne, had failed to obtain permission to remonstrate several times. Thus, he wanted to execute Taiping and purge the emperor's side, creating an established fact. Presumably, he was wholeheartedly thinking for the Son of Heaven. After the matter was completed, the Son of Heaven wouldn't blame him. Thus, Liu Youqiu secretly met with the Right Yulin General Zhang Wei and discussed mobilizing a group of Yulin guards to attack Princess Taiping's residence. As long as Princess Taiping died, the Taiping party would naturally collapse. Unexpectedly, Zhang Wei didn't keep this matter secret. After getting drunk, he actually leaked the plan to Imperial censor Deng Guangbin. Deng Guangbin had recently been in close contact with Princess Taiping's residence. Lu Youqiu was shocked when he heard the news. In a panic, he could only seek help from Li Longji. Li Longji, who had just become the son of heaven, was also extremely panic-stricken when he heard the news. Helplessly, he could only seek an audience with his father and tell him the truth. Li Dan was furious when he heard the news. All along, for the sake of glory, splendor, wealth, and rank, the lower ranks instigated the members of the imperial family to kill each other. Li Dan deeply abhorred this. He didn't think that this Lu Youqiu would also do something like alienating the flesh and blood of the imperial family. This was simply preposterous. Li Dan immediately ordered Lu Youqiu, Zhang Wei, and the others to be arrested and imprisoned. All the participants were to be executed. Li Longji couldn't bear to kill Lu Youqiu, so he pleaded with Li Dan. He listed Lu Youqiu's achievements in killing Empress Wei and establishing his father as the emperor. After much consideration, Li Dan pardoned Lu Youqiu alone and exiled him to Fengzhou, Guangdong's Fengkai County. Li Dan's resolute decision prevented Princess Taiping from taking the opportunity to make trouble for him. However, after hearing this, Princess Taiping also felt a great sense of crisis. Today, there was a Lu Youqiu who tried to send troops to destroy her entire family. Who knew that tomorrow there would be another Zhao Youqiu and Sun Youqiu who would repeat the same trick. Princess Taiping immediately secretly made an appointment with Dou Huaizhen, Xiao Zhizhong, Sun Shi, and several other prime ministers, as well as the Left Yulin General Chang Yuankai, the Left Yulin General Li Xiyai, the Left Yulin General Li Qin, as well as the Crown Prince's junior protector Xueji, Yongzhou's chief scholar Wang Jin, and Hu Xing Huifan. Although Cui Shi was also part of Taiping's party, he had too many subordinates. His character could not be trusted. Therefore, Princess Taiping had always been suspicious of and used him. Therefore, he was excluded. After a round of discussion, they initially decided to poison the emperor. This way, they could complete the succession of the emperor with the least amount of chaos. However, the people around Li Long were originally brought by the Prince of Linzi. They could not infiltrate them in such a short time. Moreover, the situation was very urgent. Therefore, they decided to use force instead. Another coup in the Tang dynasty was about to begin. At this time, Li Longji still knew nothing about Princess Taiping's actions. Although he had already seen his aunt's yearning for power, in his opinion, his aunt only wanted to support a relatively weak emperor to ensure her position. He had never thought that his aunt had the ambition to become the emperor and would brazenly decide to use force. Since the incident with Lu Youqiu, Li Longji had repeatedly strictly restrained his subordinates. He was also courteous to Taiping. He did not want to incite his aunt's anger and incite Taiping's party to go against him. Once he ascended the throne, he would cause the country to deteriorate. However, his concession did not result in reconciliation. Taiping had already made up her mind. Who in the world could stop her? On this day, Assistant Minister of the Secretariat Wang Ju returned from a banquet and returned to his residence. He had someone prepare hot water and was taking a bath when suddenly there was a few knocks on the door. The housekeeper of the Wang residence, Old Yao, reported from outside the door. Alang, someone has suddenly sent in a letter from the front yard. The letter clearly states that it is to be opened by Alang personally. This old servant does not dare to act without permission. Oh, bring it in. Wang Ju was very puzzled and had the old housekeeper bring the letter in. She saw that the letter was wrinkled and looked like it had been wrapped in stone before. On the envelope were the words for Assistant Minister Wang. Wang Ju opened the letter in astonishment and immediately turned pale with fright. She jumped out of the bathtub with a tongue sound, but her feet slipped and she almost fell. The housekeeper hurriedly rushed forward to support him and asked in surprise, Alang, what happened to you? Wang Ju's face turned green. Without a word, he broke into a run naked. The housekeeper anxiously called out from behind, Alang, you have not put on your clothes. Oh. Wang Ju suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly turned around. Quickly help me change. Wang Ju had no time to summon the maids to serve him and had the housekeeper help him quickly put on his clothes. Not caring whether his clothes were neat or not, he hurriedly said, "Quickly prepare the horse." A moment later, Wang Ju rode a fine horse and rushed out of the Wang residence with 4 attendants, heading like a gust of wind for the imperial palace. In a small alley on the opposite side, an old man in linen robes had his hands behind his back and seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. Seeing Wang Ju hurriedly leave the residence, the old man in linen robes smiled slightly and quietly disappeared. A letter was spread out in front of Li Longji's imperial desk. Li Longji stared at the wrinkled letter in a daze, his eyes suddenly brimming with tears. To the side, Wang Ju said in surprise, "It is not impossible. Why is His Majesty so sorrowful?" Li Longji was full of resentment. "I don't understand. Why does Aunt treat me like this? Just why? Father only has this one sister. If I harm her, I'm afraid Father will be sad. I have been enduring silently, but she has put a butcher's knife to my neck. What should I do? What should I do?" At this point, Li Longji fiercely punched the table, causing an inkstone to fly up and fall to the ground, shattering into pieces. At this time, Zhang Shuo, Cui Riyong, Wei Jigu, Wang Maozhong, and a group of trusted ministers had all rushed over after receiving Li Longji's summons. Li Longji showed them the secret letter. After reading it, everyone's expression changed. The letter stated that Princess Taiping would raise troops to revolt on the 4th day of the 7th month. At that time, Li Yuankai and Li Xi would lead the Yulin Guard to break into the Wuda Hall to kill the emperor. Dou Huaizhen, Xiao Zhizhong, Sun Shi, and the other prime ministers would come to the Southern Office and use their power to control the Southern Office's guards to respond. The contents were very detailed. Zhang Shuo asked in surprise, "Your Majesty, where did this letter come from? Who reported it? Is the situation true?" Wang Ju continued, "Master Zhang, this letter was sent to my residence by someone, but I don't know who it was. However, the plans in this letter are very clear and can't be doubted. Furthermore, tomorrow is the 4th day. Just now, Your Majesty had already sent people to investigate. Li Yuankai wasn't supposed to be on duty tomorrow, but he used the excuse that he had to take a leave of absence in a few days and had already switched shifts with someone else. In the past 2 days, the prime ministers have also visited the Southern Office many times." Zhang Shua's expression changed. "In that case, the situation is urgent. Your Majesty should make a decision as soon as possible." Li Longji was still hesitant. Cui Riyong persuaded, "Princess Taiping is already on the verge of rebelling. When Your Majesty was the crown prince, you had a righteous cause, so no one dared to harm Your Majesty. Now that Your Majesty has ascended to the throne, Princess Taiping actually has the intention to rebel. Your Majesty only needs to give a decree, and who in the world would dare to disobey? Why are you so hesitant?" Li Longji said dejectedly, "You guys don't know. High Emperor has deep feelings for Taiping. It's easy to kill Taiping's rebels, but I'm just worried that it will alarm High Emperor and make him sad." Cui Riyong stomped his feet and said, "Your Majesty is muddle-headed. Wouldn't High Emperor be sad if Your Majesty was killed by Princess Taiping? The filial piety of the Emperor lies in the stability of the 4 seas. I earnestly request Your Majesty to immediately give a decree to control the North Gate Imperial Guards before subduing the rebels." Li Longji hesitated for a moment before saying, "This. Let's wait a little longer. Quickly invite my 4 brothers over to discuss this matter." Before Li Longji ascended to the throne, he had already brought his 2 elder brothers back to the capital. Now, the 4 brothers were all in the capital. The 4th and 5th brothers were in charge of the East Palace Guards, while Li Chengqi and Li Qingyi were the great generals of the left and right palace guards, respectively. Not long later, the 4 brothers arrived one after another. After reading the letter, Li Longji said hesitantly, "Brothers, I, San Lang, am not an indecisive and cowardly person. It's just that the person who wants to rebel isn't an ordinary person. I'm worried that if I deal with Aunt, it will make Father sad, which is why I can't make up my mind. What do you guys think I should do?" Li Chengqi sneered, "San Lang, You don't want father to be sad. When Taiping starts, father will inevitably be sad. If Taiping can do it, why can't we? Do you want the story of Zetian to repeat itself in the current dynasty? Do you want us brothers' families to be destroyed and Li Tang's royal family to suffer another calamity? Li Chengyi, Li Longfan, and the rest also rubbed their palms together. San Lang, if you don't make a decision, you'll end up in trouble. You are a hero of the present age, so why are you being so soft-hearted? Let's make our move. The first to make the move has the advantage, and the last to make the move will suffer. Seeing the four brothers speaking in unison, Li Longji's wavering heart gradually calmed down. Killing intent filled his eyes. All right, you are heartless, and I'll be unjust. Let's make our move now. Chapter 12:16. When a baby tiger pounced on its prey, it would not approach and observe carefully like a mature tiger, looking for the best opportunity to make a fatal pounce. It would make its move when it wanted to pounce on its prey. In reality, Li Longji did not have much time to think, because Princess Taiping was about to make her move. He had to respond immediately. In the afternoon of the next day, Li Longji was still in the Hall of Martial Virtue, dealing with government affairs. It was quiet outside the Golden Hall. In the spacious and empty palace, people rarely moved under the scorching sun. There were only a few soldiers standing listlessly by the stone steps, hoping that the sun would quickly move to the west and let the shadow of the palace shine over. Bang! A loud noise suddenly came from afar. By the time it reached here, it was already not loud, but a drowsy palace guard holding a halberd still heard the noise. He squinted his eyes in surprise and looked into the distance against the glaring sunlight. He was surprised to find that the gate of martial virtue was actually closed. Because the retired emperor was still in the Hall of Taiji, the emperor was in charge of government affairs in the side hall, the Hall of Martial Virtue. This gate of martial virtue was originally a side door, but now, like the gate of heaven, it had become a path that all the civil and military officials had to pass to go to court every day. Therefore, it was usually not closed. It was now afternoon, and the court had long been dismissed. However, the emperor was still reading memorials in the Hall of Martial Virtue. There were often officials from various departments going in and out. Therefore, the gate of martial virtue was still open and would only be closed when the palace gates were closed. Before he could come to his senses, he saw hundreds of soldiers with shining swords and spears charging in from the gate of martial virtue. The ones charging at the front were the Yulin General Chang Yuankai and Li Ci, who were guarding the gate of martial virtue today. This palace guard shivered, and his hair all stood on end. Rebellion. Someone is rebelling. This palace guard was scared out of his wits. He immediately ran towards the Hall of Martial Virtue. He ran along the long stone steps for more than 100 steps, but before he could rush into the main hall, he heard an orderly battle cry. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that the door between the Hall of Taiji and the Hall of Martial Virtue, the gate of Chiahua, which was usually closed, suddenly opened. An orderly group of imperial guards charged out from the gate of Chiahua and intercepted the rebel army. It was obvious that this sudden army was well prepared. Their formation was neat, and all of them wore leather armor. The brown armor and bright red helmet tassels formed a sharp spear that pierced towards the snake-like rebel army. There were about 300 people in the rebel army, and they were rushing toward the Martial Virtue Hall with all their might. Because some of them ran fast and some of them ran slow, the entire army was dragged into a messy line. There was no formation to speak of. When this army that suddenly appeared out of nowhere rushed in, they were quickly inserted, cut off, and surrounded. This palace guard was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses. He was about to run into the palace to warn when a tsunami of shouts suddenly sounded from the direction of the Hall of Martial Virtue. Countless brightly armored imperial guards swarmed out like a tide from the main gate, side gate, pillars, and gable walls. They came from the back of the Hall of Martial Virtue and the rear hall. This palace guard was stunned and stood there in a daze. He saw the first batch of guards rush out, and they rushed all the way to the 7-stone step before suddenly stopping. Their long halberds pointed forward in an orderly fashion. Behind them Countless soldiers quickly swarmed over and covered the stone steps behind them as well as the ground above them, forming a steel spear formation made up of armor and large halberds. It was dense and strong like a mountain. A young and tall eunuch stood in front of the troops with a sword in his hand. This palace guard recognized him. That person was the inner palace eunuch Gao Lishur, Eunuch Gao, who was extremely favored by the emperor. On the wide and flat square between the Gate of Martial Virtue and the Hall of Martial Virtue, the rebel army that had been cut into two by the soldiers from Qianhua sect were fighting desperately. Suddenly, they realized that countless soldiers had rushed out of the Hall of Martial Virtue to protect it. Their resistance immediately stopped in shock. Everyone was stunned. At this point, who didn't understand that the emperor was already prepared? Gao Lishur took 2 steps forward with a murderous look on his face. He shouted in a stern voice, "The saint has ordered. Chang Yuankai and Li Xi are plotting against the emperor. Kill without mercy. All of you soldiers have been deceived. Those who immediately abandon their weapons and surrender will not be punished." Chang Yuankai's face was pale. He held his saber and shouted, "Brothers, don't listen to his nonsense. As long as we rush into the Hall of Martial Virtue, boom, boom, boom." Before Chang Yuankai could finish speaking, there was suddenly a violent sound of the ground being pounded. The ground trembled, startling him so much that he stopped speaking. He quickly turned his head to look. With just one glance, the light in his eyes immediately shrank to the size of a needle. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to it. The dense forest of spears was like a mountain. Innumerable Yulin guards covered the entire palace like flowing lava. With every step they took, the earth trembled. In front of such a dense formation of spears and sabers, wherever the army came, men and horses would be crushed. There was nothing that could stop them. The only choice was to hope for the wind and escape. However, did they have a way out? The Gate of Martial Virtue behind them was already locked. On the right was a tall and thick palace wall. In front was the Hall of Martial Virtue. However, below the steps of the hall were also endless imperial soldiers, protecting the palace impenetrably. Even if they fought to the last drop of blood, could they kill their way in? Wang Maozhong, clad in radiant armor, walked majestically in front of the endless army. He waved his saber and shouted, "Disarm, and you will be spared." The countless imperial guards behind him didn't say a word. They only used their uniform footsteps and the murderous aura that caused the entire palace to tremble to cheer for their general. Clang! It was unknown who dropped his weapon, but immediately after, there was the sound of weapons hitting the ground. Many of the soldiers who had abandoned their weapons were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They lay on the ground and trembled, not daring to raise their heads. Chang Yuankai and Li Xi looked at each other, their eyes filled with despair. The 2 prime ministers, Xiao Zhizhong and Xin Shi, attempted to imitate Zhang Jianji's actions in the past. They used the prime minister's seal to write an official document for mobilizing troops and rushed to the southern Yamen. After the 2 prime ministers broke into the southern Yamen, they immediately beat the drums and gathered the generals. They loudly announced, "The emperor intends to kill the retired emperor." The retired emperor orders the prime minister to mobilize troops to the southern Yamen. After Xiao Zhizhong finished speaking, all the generals in the tent stood solemnly without a word of doubt. Xiao Zhizhong and Xin Shi thought that this lie had fooled the generals and secretly exchanged glances. Xin Shi grabbed the arrow of command and shouted, "The right Thousand Ox Guards General Lin Hai, come forward and listen to the order." The tent was quiet and no one answered. Xin Shi frowned and swept his eyes over the generals in the tent. He shouted, "Where's the right Thousand Ox Guards General Lin Hai?" The generals in the tent looked straight ahead and still did not say a word. Xiao Zhizhong asked curiously, "Lin Hai did not arrive on time? Where's the left guard's General Guinu?" The dozens of generals in the tent were still standing straight like mountains and still did not say a word. Xiao Zhizhong and Xin Shi's expressions gradually changed. Xiao Zhizhong forced himself to calm down, but he could not suppress the trembling in his voice. He pointed at a person and asked, You. Which guards general are you from? Tell me your name. The general that he pointed at looked like he was made of iron, but his face did not change at all. He calmly looked forward as if he did not hear Xiao Zhizhong's words and did not see him. At this time, a burst of laughter came from behind the tent. Xiao Zhizhong and Xin Shi hurriedly turned around and saw a young general wearing a helmet and armor with a long sword at his side. He walked out from the tent valiantly and was surrounded by a dozen burly warriors. Xiao Zhizhong and Xin Shi's faces turned ashen when they saw this person and cried out in shock, "King Song!" Li Chengxi's smile vanished, and he shouted sternly, "Men, behead these two traitors who have deceived the emperor and rebelled against their superiors." A group of wolf-like and tiger-like soldiers immediately rushed forward. Regardless of whether they were the courteous prime ministers or not, they raised their steel sabers and blood splattered everywhere. The two prime ministers were slaughtered like pigs on the spot. At this time, Dou Huaizhen was still sitting in the political affairs hall. Initially, he wanted to wait for the two sides to succeed before sitting in the political affairs hall to issue fake edicts and quickly pacify the situation. However, he did not expect that before he could wake up from his sweet dream, the military parade in front of the Martial Virtue Hall had reached his ears. Dou Huaizhen knew that the matter had been exposed, and he hurriedly opened the back window and escaped. At this time, the entire palace was on high alert. How could they possibly escape? If Li Longji hadn't been worried that they would be alerted in the beginning, and if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't afraid that they would escape from the palace once the attack was launched, Dou Huaizhen wouldn't even be able to escape from the political affairs hall. Dou Huaizhen fled in panic and dived into a drainage ditch. Seeing the muddy water rolling away, he did not know how to swim, nor did he know how long the underground waterway was, or how many hidden iron bars were along the way to prevent people from sneaking in. In despair, he took off his belt and hanged himself on a sluice gate. At the same time, Li Longfan, Li Longye, and a few of Li Longji's trusted generals each led a group of imperial guards to arrest Wang Jin, Cui Shi, Hui Fan, Jiang Fu, Li Yu, and the other members of the Taiping party. Li Dan heard the movement of the army from Taiji Palace and hurriedly climbed the gate of heaven to take a look. Seeing the army gathered at the Martial Virtue Hall, he could not help but turn pale with fright. He quickly summoned the Minister of War, Gui Yuanjin, to see him. Gui Yuanjin had already been informed by Li Longji in advance and knew the entire plan. As soon as he saw Li Dan, he immediately bowed and said, "Don't be alarmed, retired emperor. This is a rebellion by Prime Minister Dou Huaizhen and the others. The emperor is currently mobilizing troops to suppress the rebellion and was afraid that the retired emperor would be worried, so he did not report it in advance. Now, the masterminds of the rebellion have been executed." Li Dan was stunned. Dou Huaizhen and the others rebelled? Thinking about it, Li Dan suddenly turned pale with fright. Since there were people who rebelled and betrayed the current emperor, they must have someone else to support. Who would Dou Huaizhen support? He was the prime minister recommended by Ling Yu. Could it be that San Lang was mobilizing troops to make a move against his aunt? Li Dan flew into a rage and shouted, "Where is San Lang? Quickly summon him to see me." At this time, Li Longji had just arrived at the gate of heaven. As the son of a noble family, Li Longji only needed to create a false impression that he was at the Martial Virtue Hall. Why would he personally act as bait? As soon as he saw Li Dan, Li Longji immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Father, this son did not inform Imperial Father in advance of the capture of the rebels and alarmed Imperial Father. This son has sinned." Li Dan's face was ashen as he said in a deep voice, "San Lang, what do you want to do to your aunt?" Li Longji saw that his father had already guessed that Princess Taiping was involved and did not hide it. He smiled bitterly and said, "Imperial Father, it is not that this son wants to do to my aunt, but what my aunt wants to do to this son. Imperial Father, please take a look." He took out the informant letter from his bosom and presented it to Li Dan. Li Dan was dispirited as he read it and was speechless for a long time. Although he had deep feelings for his sister Taiping, he loved his son just as much. Now that his sister wanted to kill his son and his son wanted to deal with his sister, what else could he say? After a long time, Li Dan asked in a trembling voice. Then, how do you plan to deal with your aunt? Seeing the tears in his father's eyes, Li Longji's heart trembled. He did not dare to meet his father's eyes again and could only lower his head. He replied in a low voice, Father, I'm afraid I can't deal with my aunt now. Li Dan's heart tightened and he hurriedly asked, Why is that? Li Longji replied in a low voice, Because the one leading the troops to Princess Taiping's residence is my second brother. Li Dan's heart immediately sank. Among his 5 sons, Li Qingyi was the one who did things the most without scruples. If it was Li Chengqi, Li Longfan, or Li Longye, they might have some scruples because of Taiping's identity. However, Li Qingyi was different. He respected his father and loved his siblings, but he did not have the same deep feelings for his relatives. Li Dan turned around in a daze and walked over to the city walls with heavy steps. Leaning against the wall, he gazed in the direction of the Princess Taiping residence. Tears streamed down his face as he muttered to himself, Lingyue, you no longer here? Chapter 12:17. When a situation in the palace had just stabilized and the imperial soldiers and cavalry were out in all directions to arrest the members of the Taiping party, Li Qingyi was the first to set off with about 500 imperial soldiers under his command. His target was Princess Taiping herself. Li Longji had given his second brother a lot of thought before sending him to Princess Taiping's residence. With Princess Taiping's power and the emperor's love for her, no civil or military official dared to raise a butcher's knife against Princess Taiping. Even the royal brothers and Li Longji himself couldn't bear to do so. Only Li Qingyi was an exception. Li Qingyi also understood Sanlang's painstaking efforts. In a life and death struggle for power, there was no room for soft-heartedness and laughable fantasies. Today's benevolence would be the root of the disaster that would destroy his family and clan in the future. He also understood that Sanlang was shouldering even more things and had even more things to worry about, so he was willing to be the bad guy. The saying, brothers in war, was fully interpreted by Li Longji and his brothers. Princess Taiping wanted to remove Li Longji from the throne and support a weak prince as a puppet. When the time was right, she would force him to abdicate the throne and give up the country. She didn't know that the 5 brothers were of one mind and would not be divided by her. Today, in order to protect Li Longji's throne, the 4 brothers went into battle together, and Li Longji handed over the military power to them without the slightest suspicion. Li Qingyi rushed to Princess Taiping's residence with his troops and saw a few servants of the Princess Taiping's residence running inside in panic to report the news. He said with a murderous look, Kill them, except for Shui Chongjin's family. Kill Taiping's family and Taiping herself. The 500 imperial soldiers received the prince's clear order. With a shout, they rushed into Princess Taiping's residence. Swords and knives flashed, and the sound of killing shook the sky. The relationship between Shui Chongjin and Li Sanlang was not shallow. Not only had he assisted Li Longji in killing Empress Wei, he had also become close friends with Li Longji due to their similar temperaments. Although Li Longji understood the principle of cutting weeds and eliminating the roots, he was ultimately unable to use any ambitious and ruthless methods. Before Li Qingyi sent out his troops, he had specially instructed him to protect Shui Chongjin and his family. The news that the imperial army had gone to various places in the capital to arrest the Taiping party members quickly reached Yang Fan's ears. At this time, Yang Fan was stepping on lotus roots at Longqing Lake with his sons. He was bare-chested and wearing a pair of snub-nosed pants. He led his 2 older sons, Yang Yinzu and Yang Ji, into the shallow waters that were waist-deep. His bare feet could easily feel the fat lotus roots in the mud. He held his breath and sank into the water. Then he could dig out the mud and pull out the round lotus roots. The mud had a strong suction, so it was not easy to pull the lotus out of the water in one piece. They would only break the section that they touched, instead of digging out a whole one. The 2 younger sons were shouting on the shore as they cleaned up the fat lotus roots that their father and brother had dug up. They excitedly brought them to their sisters. The sisters squatted by the lake and carefully washed away the mud that was still wrapped around the lotus roots with the lake water. At this time, the news came. Yang Fan turned pale with fright. He immediately rushed to the shore, grabbed the horse of the informant, and galloped away. Yang Fan was wearing a pair of wet, snub-nosed pants. He stepped on the stirrups with his bare feet and whipped like rain. It had never occurred to him that Princess Taiping and Li Longji would publicly break off their relationship and meet each other in arms so soon. According to common sense, the political struggle between the two sides should have been a long process of wrestling. How could they enter the final battle so hastily? By the time the horse arrived at Princess Taiping's mansion, Yang Fan's trousers were already dry, and the mud on his bare feet had already congealed into clumps. When he landed on the ground, the clumps of mud shattered on the stone steps of Princess Taiping's mansion. "Stop, who are you?" The dozen or so soldiers guarding the gate of Princess Taiping's mansion pointed their sharp spears at Yang Fan and asked in a stern voice. The search and massacre in Princess Taiping's mansion had not ended yet. Yang Fan saw the bodies of several family servants lying in a pool of blood in the courtyard toward the mansion. He could not help but feel his heart tighten. He shouted in a stern voice, "I am the Defender General who supports the state, Yang Fan. Get out of the way." Most of these dozen or so Imperial Guards had never seen Yang Fan. Although there were a few seasoned soldiers among them who had seen Yang Fan before, they had only seen him from afar in the army, so they could not clearly see General Yang's appearance. In addition, Yang Fan's hair was tied into bundles, his upper body was bare, his feet were bare, and he was only wearing a pair of pants. His appearance and temperament were very different from the General Yang in their minds. It was really difficult to tell who he was. The soldiers could not help but hesitate. Yang Fan could not wait for them to call the officer to identify him. He was burning with anxiety. Seeing the soldiers hesitating, but still not giving way, his motionless body abruptly crashed to the side. He went through the gap between two spears. Two soldiers flew more than a zhang away. With two spears in his hands, Yang Fan's arms made a circle and shook. The soldiers felt numb in their hands and could no longer hold the spears in their hands. 7 or 8 spears flew into the air. Yang Fan rushed in with 2 spears in his hands. Another few soldiers with spears chased after him in shock and shouted, "Stop him! Someone is forcing his way in." Yang Fan could not bear to kill people. He rushed in and only cared about knocking away their weapons or sweeping them away. Hearing the news, more and more soldiers came to surround him. Yang Fan could not be ruthless and could not break out of the encirclement. He was trapped at the entrance of the second courtyard. At this moment, a brigade commander who came to help recognized Yang Fan and exclaimed in shock, "General, why are you here?" Yang Fan held 2 spears in his hands. His eyes narrowed as he said, "You know me?" The brigade commander knelt down on one knee with a saber in his hand and said respectfully, "I am a veteran of 1,000 cavalries." Yang Fan suddenly understood and asked anxiously, "How is the princess now?" He was afraid to hear the news that Taiping had been killed, but he had to ask. Because he was worried, his voice trembled as he asked. The brigade commander answered, "Princess Taiping is not in the Fu. We are also in the midst of searching." When Yang Fan heard this, his heart relaxed. At this time, Li Qingyi walked out of the rear residence under the escort of a group of soldiers. Beside him was Xue Chongjian. Xue Chongjian's face was pale and his eyes were lifeless. Even though his relationship with his brothers was extremely indifferent, but seeing their entire families being massacred still had a strong impact on him. "General Yang?" When Li Qingyi saw Yang Fan, he couldn't help but be startled. Yang Fan had purposely concealed his role in killing Empress Wei. This matter was known by very few people, but Li Qingyi was very clear about it. Because of this, Li Qingyi had always regarded Yang Fan as one of his own. Now, seeing Yang Fan dressed like this, holding a pair of spears in his hands and opposing his soldiers, he couldn't help but be astounded. When Yang Fan knew that Taiping wasn't around, the anxiety in his heart lessened, and he regained some rationality. He hurriedly thought of a reason and threw away his spear. He cupped his hands towards Li Qingyi and said, "Prince Yang." Just as he said this, he saw a horse galloping over. The rider on the horse was wearing a eunuch's robe. He actually did not get off the horse when he barged in from the door of the Fu. He raised a roll of yellow silk high up in his hand and shouted loudly, "Spare the knife! Spare the knife! High Emperor has ordered, do not harm Princess Taiping." In Mount Zhongnan, there was a Zen temple that wasn't big, but had an extremely elegant environment. This Zen temple was funded by Princess Taiping and could be considered a family temple. The memorial tablet of her husband, Xue Xiao, was enshrined in the temple. In order to ascend to the throne, Empress Wu Zetian had used the heads of countless people as her stepping stones to ascend to the throne step by step. Xue Xiao's head was also one of the stepping stones. Taiping had always felt guilty for Xue Xiao's tragic death and being unable to save him. Therefore, she built this Zen temple to pray for his salvation. At this moment, Princess Taiping was in this Zen temple. The mountain temple originally didn't accept incense offerings from outsiders, so it was quiet and elegant. At this moment, it was abnormally quiet. In the courtyard, the water was clear, the trees were green, and the rugged mountain rocks made it look like a paradise. Princess Taiping sat on a square rock, and beside her stood the internal and external stewards, as well as a few trusted aides. Princess Taiping's face was pale, and her eyes were filled with tears. External steward Li Yi had just sent news from the city. When she heard that the entire Fu had been slaughtered, and other than Xue Chongjian's son, wife, and son, everyone else like Xue Chongxuan had been executed. Even someone as unyielding as her couldn't help but cry. After planning today's operation, she hid here. On one hand, she wanted to draw a clear line between herself and the mutiny. After everything was done, the chancellors would bring her back to the city to preside over the overall situation. On the other hand, she also considered that if the plan failed, as long as she wasn't around, with the relationship between Princess Taiping's Fu and the imperial family, she believed that her family wouldn't be implicated. It was a pity that she was wrong. "San Lang, I've underestimated you. Princess Taiping smiled sadly, and 2 lines of tears rolled down her face. She had underestimated Li Longji's determination. Li Longji had always been weak and tolerant towards her. In fact, it wasn't because he was afraid of her, but because he was worried about his own father. Princess Taiping had always been smart, but she had misjudged this matter. Now, not only had she failed to accomplish her mission, but she had also harmed the lives of her entire family. Princess Taiping's heart was in great pain. Li Yi said in fear, "Princess, the emperor has already sent troops here. You'd better leave quickly. The world is so big. There must be a place where you can hide." Princess Taiping's body shook slightly and asked, "How did the emperor know my whereabouts so quickly?" Li Yi lowered his head and didn't speak. Princess Taiping slowly turned around and stared at him. Li Yi's knees suddenly went soft, and he knelt in front of her. He said in a trembling voice, "I don't know." Princess Taiping smiled faintly and said, "You're afraid I'll be sad if you tell me, right?" She closed her eyes and slowly opened them again. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. "It was Chong Jian who betrayed his mother, isn't it?" Li Yi banged his head on the ground until his forehead was dripping with blood. He didn't answer Princess Taiping's question. Princess Taiping said faintly, "Even though the emperor will find me sooner or later, I really don't want my own son to betray me." Li Yi cried loudly, "Princess!" Princess Taiping looked at him and said softly, "Ever since I married the emperor's son-in-law at the age of 16, you've been serving me by my side. You followed me for many years. You are very good." She looked at the internal steward Zhou Min, whose face was full of tears, and said, "And you're also very good. Now, all of you run for your lives. As long as I'm dead, the emperor won't make things difficult for you." Zhou Min knelt down on the ground and wailed loudly, "Regardless of life or death, I want to follow the princess and serve the princess." Princess Taiping was furious and said sternly, "Bastard, get out of my sight immediately. Don't let me see you again. Get out." Li Yi and Zhou Min wailed loudly and refused to get up. Seeing that the princess was furious, they hurriedly got up and left the courtyard, but they still stood far away. Princess Taiping heaved a sigh of relief and turned around to face a pond of green water. Other than herself, there was a lonely figure in the water. Princess Taiping stared at the figure in the water and said slowly, Taiping trusted Mr. so much. Why did Mr. deliberately harm me? Chapter 12:18. Mr. M.O. smiled and calmly said, So your Royal Highness has already understood? Princess Taiping clenched her fists and tried to keep herself calm. Everyone only knew what he was going to do. Only you knew the overall plan. However, the Emperor's every action against me was accurate. At this time, how could I not know that it was you who leaked the secret? Mr. M.O. chuckled. Princess Taiping angrily asked, Why are you still with me? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Mr. M.O. stood there in a trance, as if his mind had drifted far away. After a long time, he sighed softly and muttered to himself, Why should I go? I want to see you die with my own eyes. It's a pity that my carefully planned plan for many years did not completely succeed. Princess Taiping's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. You destroyed my family, and you still say that it was not a great success. Of course not. Mr. Mo's handsome face suddenly became ferocious. His eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. You are a noble princess, and the Emperor Emeritus dotes on you. Other than instigating you to rebel, I can't think of any other way to ruin your family. Now you finally rebelled. What's hateful is that Shui Chongjian is still alive, and your family has not died. I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. Mr. Mo's voice was sobbing, like the cry of a wronged soul from the underworld. It was filled with incomparable despair and resentment, which made Princess Taiping involuntarily take a step back. Her hair stood on end. Why? What kind of hatred do I have for you? Why do you hate me so much? Because I am from the Peach Blossom Village. Your Royal Highness, do you remember that place? Mr. M.O. laughed crazily. I think your Highness doesn't remember, right? That small mountain village, that group of insignificant people, in the eyes of Princess Taiping, are like ants. How could you care about them? Princess Taiping's face suddenly changed, and she said in horror, Peach Blossom Village? You are from the Peach Blossom Village? Did Yang Fan and you join hands to kill me? Mr. Mo's smile disappeared, and he said strangely, Yang Fan? What does this have to do with General Yang? Princess Taiping's face also showed a strange expression. You don't know that he's also from the Peach Blossom Village? M.O. Yuhan was surprised at first, then overjoyed. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, a figure suddenly leaped over the short wall of the temple like a bird. The 8 female sumo wrestlers who were scattered around immediately rushed over. Princess Taiping saw that the person who suddenly rushed in was Yang Fan. She couldn't help but shout, Let him come over! At this time, the 8 female sumo wrestlers also clearly saw Yang Fan's face and quickly retreated. Yang Fan quickly rushed to Princess Taiping's side and hurriedly said, Princess, the Emperor has made his move. Your family is all ready. Princess Taiping interrupted. You don't need to say anything. I already know about this matter. Yang Fan said, The Imperial Court's army is rushing over here. Due to the Emperor Emeritus's interference, I believe the Emperor won't suddenly have the intention to kill you. However, it's still hard to predict what his decision will be. It's best for you to hide for now and wait until... Princess Taiping laughed out loud. Avoid? Why should I avoid it? What can I go to avoid it? I have already lost, and I have nothing but dignity. Do you want me to throw away my dignity to that kid? At this time, Mr. Mo slowly walked up, looked at Yang Fan with a strange look, and slowly asked, General Yang? You are from the Peach Blossom Village? Yang Fan didn't know how long it had been since he heard this name. Suddenly hearing Mr. Mo say it, he couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at Mr. Mo in surprise, not knowing how to respond. Seeing his expression, Mr. Mo couldn't help but become excited. Are you really from the Peach Blossom Village? What's your name, and whose child are you? Yang Fan's heart couldn't help but tremble. He had already realized that the old man in front of him was probably from the same place as him. Yang Fan suppressed his excitement and replied, My surname is Xiang. The villagers call me Asishliu. Old man, who are you? Mr. Mo's body shook, and his eyes widened as he looked at Yang Fan. 2 lines of tears instantly blurred his eyes, and he choked with sobs. I'll see you. so you are Achou, so you are still alive. He, Achou, so you're still alive. Mr. Mo was so excited that he almost couldn't stand still. Yang Fan supported him and eagerly asked, Uncle, you are? Mo Yuhan said with tears in his eyes. Achou, do you still remember the Mo family who lived in the east of the village? Do you still remember your sister Xiaoxiao? I am Xiaoxiao's father. Your Uncle Mo. Ever since he was young, Yang Fan would address the elders in the village as uncles, and it was impossible for a junior to call them by their surnames. Even if Mo Yuhan said his real name, Yang Fan wouldn't have any impression of him. However, when he mentioned the Mo family in the east of the village and sister Xiaoxiao, who played with him when he was young, Yang Fan suddenly remembered. Yang Fan's eyes immediately welled up with tears of excitement, and he said happily, Uncle Mo, so you are also alive. Mr. Mo's tears continued to flow. That's right, I'm still alive. That day, I left the village to make arrangements for Sister Xiaoxiao's marriage. Fortunately, I managed to escape. When I returned, the entire village was gone. Gone, everyone was dead. My pitiful daughter, who had to depend on each other for survival. Mr. Mo suddenly turned around, pointed at Princess Taiping, and said with gritted teeth, Achou, she's the enemy of our whole village. Your parents, your sister, your fellow villagers all died in her hands. Quickly kill her to avenge your parents and the whole village. What? Yang Fan was shocked and looked at Princess Taiping in disbelief. Mr. Mo was so excited that his whole body trembled. Good child, I didn't expect that there would still be people alive in our village besides me. Now that you have become a great general, you have the power to avenge her. Kill her, but don't let her family go. She still has a son alive. You must kill them all and use the lives of her family to pay for the lives of our whole village. Yang Fan looked at Princess Taiping in horror and shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. How can she be the murderer of our relatives? Mr. Mo said loudly, Why is it impossible? I was lucky to escape death that year, and I hid my identity and fled to another place. Later, I tried every possible means to get close to Prince Chang, Li Qianli, and became his confidant. When Taiping killed our whole village, Wu Meinyang had not yet become the emperor, and Li Qianli had not yet been driven out of the capital, so he knew a lot of inside stories that no one knew about. Uncle learned the truth from him. Mr. Mo pointed at Princess Taiping and said while gritting his teeth, She is the murderer who killed your father, mother, sister, Xiao and my whole village. There was no expression on Princess Taiping's face. She had experienced too many shocks today. Her dream had failed. Her children and grandchildren were killed. Shui Chongjian had betrayed her mother. The most trusted Mr. Mo had betrayed her, and now she had become the enemy of her lover's father. Who else in the world could endure so many shocks in one day? One thing after another struck her head like a bolt of lightning. She was already numb to it. Yang Fan shook his head with a pale face. Impossible. Impossible. Why did she kill our relatives? It doesn't make sense. Uncle Mo, you must be mistaken. I am not mistaken. Mr. Mo sneered at the pale Princess Taiping and said while gritting his teeth, I know why she killed our whole village. Speaking of which, this matter has a lot to do with you. Yang Fan looked at Mo Yuhan in astonishment. It had a lot to do with me? Mr. Mo said, Yes. She wanted to kill our whole village because she had a grudge with your father. The funny thing is, she killed everyone in our village, but she didn't kill you, the main character. Ha ha ha. This is God's will, this is God's will. Yang Fan was aghast. Princess and my father have a grudge? How is this possible? Mr. Mo said strangely, Of course there is no grudge between you and your father in the Peach Blossom Village. Xiangying is not your biological father, but your adoptive father. In fact, he is just your father's personal bodyguard. Yang Fan was also shocked. He never thought that he would hear such a secret today. He had always thought that his biological father had suddenly become his adoptive father. He actually had another biological father. Hearing Mr. Mo's words, Princess Taiping seemed to have heard the most terrible thing in the world. She looked at Yang Fan in horror, and her body began to tremble like a leaf in a storm. Mr. Mo said, "Not only your adoptive father, everyone in our village is your father's subordinates, aides, and closest friends. You are actually Helan Minji's son." Princess Taiping closed her eyes in pain. She had already guessed this result, but she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. But this last glimmer of hope had now been shattered. Her life was like a dreamy and bizarre bubble. They all looked so beautiful, but in the end, they all left her with broken endings. Helan Minji. Yang Fan once knew about this person. He even suspected that the destruction of the village had some kind of close relationship with this person. He never thought that he would finally be confirmed today. He never thought that he was actually this person's son. He looked at Mr. Mo sluggishly, unable to make any reaction. Mr. Mo said, "Your father was talented and famous in Luoyang. Not only was he the most handsome man in the capital, but he was also the most talented scholar in the capital. When he was just 20 years old, he compiled 100 volumes of 30 years of spring and autumn. It can be said that he was famous in the capital. With his noble background and talent, he had a promising future. Unfortunately, Yang Fan already knew what happened next. Helan Minji's father died early, and his mother Wu Shun was widowed when she was young. Because she was as beautiful as a flower, Emperor Li Ji took a fancy to her and gave her the title of Madam of Han. Wu Meinyang hated her sister for taking away her favor, so she poisoned her sister and killed her. Not long after, Li Ji took a fancy to Wu Shun's daughter Helan Shi, so he gave her the title of Madam of Wei and let her stay in the palace. Wu Meinyang was worried that her niece would take away the emperor's favor, so she poisoned her niece Helan Shi to death. Helan Minji hated Li Ji for being greedy for his mother and sister's beauty, but he was so cowardly that he couldn't protect their lives. He also hated his aunt Wu Meinyang's cruelty and cold-bloodedness, but he didn't have the power to take revenge. So from then on, he became dissolute and went against the imperial family everywhere, especially to make the imperial family look bad. Li Ji and Wu Meinyang chose the daughter of Yang Sijian, the junior minister of imperial guards, to be the crown prince's wife. Helan Minji used his talent and beauty as a weapon to get close to this girl, capture her heart, and occupy her body, causing the imperial family to lose face. He repeatedly challenged Wu Meinyang's bottom line until she couldn't take it anymore and banished him to Lingnan. It was said that on the way, he hanged himself with the reins of a horse, ending his short life. Yang Fan was at a loss. "I am Helan Minji's son? My maternal great-grandfather and Taiping's maternal grandfather are the same person? Then she is actually my distant aunt?" Chapter 1219. Yang Fan looked at Mr. Mo in disbelief, and then looked at Princess Taiping. He had no reason to doubt Mr. Mo's words, but he still couldn't help but ask Princess Taiping, "Is it really you? Who killed the people of our Peach Blossom Village?" Mr. Mo sneered. "Of course it was her, because she hated your father, because your father, in order to retaliate against Wu Meinyang, had harmed her." Yang Fan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He suddenly retreated a few steps, and his face was as pale as paper. Princess Taiping took a deep breath and slowly raised her head. She stared at Yang Fan with eyes full of sorrow. "I didn't. Cousin Helan was originally an outstanding person with outstanding appearance and talent. He was a person with a great future, but his mother and elder sister were killed by my mother. He hated my father's cowardice and incompetence, and also hated my mother's cruelty and cold-bloodedness. From then on, he became unrestrained and played around with life, always going against my Li family. The crown princess was also charmed by his charm, and was willing to let him take her virginity. He thought of all kinds of ways to humiliate my Li family. He despised etiquette and hated the Li family. In his view, my father used the power of the emperor to possess his mother and sister, but failed to protect them. My mother was the empress, and also his concubine, but she did not have the heart of a mother, and in order to compete for favor, she killed her own relatives. He wanted to pay her back in her own coin. Once I went to my aunt's house. At that time, I was only 6 years old, but Cousin Helan wanted to violate me when he was drunk. However, he did not really hurt me. My cries and shouts brought him back to his senses. He used to love me very much, if not for his hatred blinding his eyes. Princess Taiping smiled sadly and said, "He let me go, but many people heard my cries. When I escaped with my clothes in disarray, some people also saw it, so no one would come to ask me the truth, and no one dared to ask, but they had the courage to spread rumors." Princess Taiping slightly raised her head, not letting her tears fall. "My cousin committed suicide at the end of the second year of Xianheng, so you should be his posthumous son. However, I was not the one who ordered the massacre of the people of Peach Blossom Village, and the purpose was not to find you. If Mr. Mo did not tell you this secret, no one would ever know. Whether it was me or anyone in the court, no one knew that Cousin Helan had a posthumous son." Mr. Mo snapped, "You're lying? Yang Mingsheng, Qiu Xinji, and the others were incited by you to slaughter everyone in the Peach Blossom Village. Even the Empress did not know about this. If it wasn't for the fact that you had been tainted by Helan Mingji and bore a grudge against him, if it wasn't for the fact that you knew that he had a posthumous son and wanted to get revenge on his son, why would you incite those people to travel thousands of miles to kill him?" Princess Taiping slowly closed her eyes, and tears slowly flowed from the corners of her Mo and said, Mo, you I Taiping, you to me I Taiping, you I, and you to Shao. If I was really defiled, would I need to hide it? If I really killed the people of Peach Blossom Village, would I need to hide it?" She opened her eyes and contemptuously looked at Mr. Mo. "Do you think I'm afraid of death? Do you think I'm afraid that you will kill me?" Mr. Mo said in a deep voice, "If that's not the case, why did you kill all the people of Peach Blossom Village?" Princess Taiping coldly said, "I've said it before, it was not my intention, but if you insist that the death of the people of Peach Blossom Village was because of me, it is not an exaggeration." Yang Fan said in a stiff voice, "Tell me, what is going on?" Princess Taiping looked at him deeply and said, "In the first year of Xianheng, I got married to Prince Consort Shui." She looked at a quiet room in the temple, where Shui Xiao's memorial tablet was being enshrined. Princess Taiping stared in that direction, as if she could see Shui Xiao's figure, and slowly said, "Shui Xiao loved me, and I also regarded him as my lifelong lover. We were very loving. But not long after we got married, someone spread the rumor that I was defiled by my cousin to his ears. Men would rather believe this kind of thing than not believe it. Even when we were virgins on our wedding night, he refused to believe it. He would rather believe that it was just a trick of mine to deceive him. He still loved me, and he did not dare to vent his anger on me. But he was a man, and he could not tolerate the fact that his woman was defiled by another man. He was filled with jealousy, but what could he do? Cousin Elan was already dead, and even if he wanted to take revenge, he could not find him. However, although Helan is dead, his old subordinates are still there." Taiping withdrew his gaze and slowly glanced at Yang Fan and Mr. Mo. "As a person in a high position, there will always be people who will try to figure out your happiness and anger. They will try to think of ways to make you satisfied. They all believe that I have really been violated. They all believe that Prince Consort's anger is because of me. At that time, my father had just passed away, and my mother was in charge of the country as the Empress Dowager. The world was still under the control of the Li family. As my mother's most beloved daughter, Prince Consort and I were the targets of many people's flattery. So, Miao Shenke, Qiu Xinji, Yang Mingsheng, and the others planned this massacre in order to please Prince Consort and me. At that time, Prince Consort Shui was serving as the general of the Fengshen Guards. He secretly mobilized a group of troops, and these people led them to Shaozhou. I didn't know about this until more than half a year later. Mr. Mo listened in a daze. He had been by Taiping's side for all these years, treating her as his greatest enemy. He had always been scheming to kill her, so he had studied her character very thoroughly. He was very clear that with Taiping's proud personality, if she was the one who killed him, she would definitely not deny it, but he did not want to admit this fact. He had racked his brains and spent so many years, and finally pushed Princess Taiping into the abyss. He had avenged his deep hatred, and he was very happy in his heart. However, he suddenly learned that his enemy was not this person at all. His real enemy had long since disappeared, and he had actually hurt an innocent person, which he could not accept. Mr. Mo gasped, pointed to Princess Taiping, and said, "You're lying. You must be lying." Healan Mingji was safe and sound even though he had defiled the crown princess. If he had not insulted Wu Meinyang's most beloved daughter, how could he have been punished just because Madame Yang passed away? He had embezzled the money from Madame Yang's funeral and drank and had fun during the funeral? Princess Taiping said lightly, "Anger can be accumulated. My mother knew that she had wronged him, so in the face of his provocation, she endured it once and twice. When she finally couldn't bear it, even a trivial thing was enough to make her furious." Before Mr. Mo could say anything, Princess Taiping had proudly raised her head and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. I don't need to lie. If I didn't want to tell Erlang the truth, I wouldn't have explained a word to you. I, Taiping, have never been a woman who lives for other people's feelings, and I'm not a woman who lives for other people's gossip." Mr. Mo opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he did not say a word. In fact, he had already believed Taiping's words. His family was long dead. His enemies were also all dead. When he thought that his great vengeance had been avenged, and he was filled with the satisfaction of seeing his enemies beheaded with his own eyes, everything suddenly became a lie. Mr. Mo stood in a daze for a long time, slowly turned around and walked out with heavy steps. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "Uncle Mo, where are you going?" They were the only two survivors of the Peach Blossom Village. Mr. Mo was already old, so Yang Fan wanted to take care of him for the rest of his life. Mr. Mo said blankly, "The only purpose of this old man's life is to get revenge. Now that I have nothing left to love, I want to become a monk." Yang Fan said, "Uncle Mo." Seeing that Mo Yuhan did not turn around, Yang Fan suddenly said loudly, "I want to let Uncle Mo know that I killed Yang Mingsheng, Qiu Shinji, and Miao Shenke. I have already killed all of my enemies." Mr. Mo paused, looked up to the sky, and laughed. Good boy. Ha ha. In the Hall of Sweet Dew, Li Dan said to Li Longji with tears in her eyes, "Sanlang, she's your aunt after all. When I was imprisoned in the Eastern Palace, your aunt spent a lot of effort for our family." Li Longji was so angry that tears fell from his eyes. He said with hatred, "Father, have you seen the secret letter? She wants to kill me. She wants to kill me." Li Dan said in a low voice, "Son, your aunt was confused for a moment. Now that you have killed all of her family members and arrested all of her remaining followers, what else can she do? Spare her life, and I will announce to the world that I will give you the power to appoint and pardon officials above the third rank. From now on, you can live out your old age and no longer care about worldly affairs." Li Longji was so angry that he stomped his feet. "Father, did I force you to hand over the power? Even if you don't want me to be the emperor and want me to return the throne to my eldest brother, I have no complaints. But Taiping cannot be forgiven. If he is not executed for the crime of rebellion, how can he rule the world? Once she makes a comeback one day, she won't be as soft-hearted as you, Father." Li Dan said with reddened eyes, "In my life, many of my brothers and sisters have never had a good ending. Now that I only have this sister, how can I bear to see her die a miserable death? Sanlang, do you want me to kneel down and beg you?" Li Dan lifted his sleeves and knelt down. Li Longji turned pale with fright and hurriedly dodged to his father's side to avoid this kneeling. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged, "Father, please get up. Don't kill your son." Li Dan said, "Unless you pardon Taiping's death sentence, I won't get up from my kneeling. I will kowtow to you here." Li Dan was about to kowtow to the ground when Li Longji hurriedly said, all right, I agree." Li Dan's eyes lit up. She happily said, "You really agree?" Li Longji was helpless. With a bitter expression, he said, "Forget it. I agree to pardon my aunt's death sentence, but I must imprison her for life. Moreover, I must announce to the world that Taiping has been executed with poison wine. From now on, there will only be my sister in the world. Taiping will no longer exist." Li Dan said repeatedly, Yes, I'll do as you say. Son, hurry up and issue the decree." Chapter 1220. Outside the mountain temple, 3,000 fully armed Imperial guards surrounded the small temple so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Spears and halberds were as numerous as a forest, and there were even strong bows and hard crossbows that could sweep the battlefield. No one would be able to break out of such an encirclement. Suddenly, a dozen or so riders galloped over from the distance. Looking at their uniforms, it was a group of Imperial guards escorting 2 eunuchs. The Imperial guards surrounding the mountain temple became spirited and hurriedly went forward to meet them. A moment later, the Imperial guards moved aside to make a path and let the 2 eunuchs into the temple. These 2 eunuchs were Gao Lishu and Yang Sishu. Because the so-called execution of Princess Taiping by the 2 actually had more to it than meets the eye, they did not bring anyone else. However, Yang Sishuan's martial arts were outstanding. Although Gao Lishu's martial arts were not as superb as Yang Sishuan's, he was still someone who had practiced martial arts and had a strong body. In addition, the 2 of them had actually come with a death exemption edict, so they were not worried that Taiping's death warriors would do anything to them. Brother Yang, General Yang, Yang Sishu and Gao Lishu bowed respectfully when they saw Yang Fan. They knew that Yang Fan was here and were not surprised. It was Yang Fan who told the Emperor Emeritus that Princess Taiping was in the Mount Zhongnan Zen Temple. Because of his relationship with Li Longji, Yang Fan did not mind appearing in front of these 2 angels. Princess Taiping saw the 2 eunuchs walk into the courtyard and quickly wiped away the tears on her face. She looked at them proudly and said, "The Emperor sent you to execute me?" Yang Sishu and Gao Lishu looked at each other. Gao Lishu took a few steps forward and said in a low voice, "Princess, what you have done is truly unforgivable. However, you are His Majesty's aunt. His Majesty is benevolent and filial and cannot bear to harm you. However, if the princess is not executed, he cannot explain to the world, so..." Princess Taiping said in a carefree manner, "Just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush." Gao Lishu laughed dryly and said, "To the outside world, His Majesty still has to announce that the princess is executed. However, the Emperor Emeritus can buy a palace for the princess, but from then on, the princess cannot appear in front of the world." Princess Taiping smiled faintly and teased him, "Is this forgiveness that Imperial brother pleaded for me?" Gao Lishu bowed, not daring to say anything else. Yang Fan walked closer and said in a low voice, "Just agree to it. Let's solve the problem in front of us first. When this matter is over, I will find a way to save you." Princess Taiping stared at him and said in a daze, "You are willing to take me away?" Yang Fan nodded vigorously. Princess Taiping said, "But, my deity, aren't you afraid of others making irresponsible remarks? Although I didn't kill the people of Peach Blossom Village, they died because of me. Aren't you afraid of people pointing fingers at you?" Yang Fan's eyes were dark and bright, as if they could even absorb light. "Human? Who is this person? I am me, and people are people. What is there to be afraid of? Fuck them." Princess Taiping smiled. There was an indescribable meaning in her smile. Yang Fan said worriedly, "Taiping." He was worried that with Taiping's strong personality, she would not be able to put down her pride and accept Li Longji's arrangement. Taiping's eyes gradually softened. She sighed softly, nodded silently to Yang Fan, and walked towards the meditation room. Yang Fan anxiously said, "Taiping, where are you going?" Princess Taiping stopped and said lightly, "I want to dress up before going to see the Emperor." Yang Fan agreed and stopped. Taiping's face was indeed very haggard, and tears were also on her face. With her always proud personality, even if she lost, she would not be willing to appear in front of the winner in such a state. Yang Fan, Yang Sishu, Gao Lishu, Taiping's internal and external steward Li Zhoumin, and 4 female sumo wrestlers were waiting in the courtyard. The other 4 female sumo wrestlers went inside to help Taiping dress up. Thinking about the 4 female sumo wrestlers' fingers that were thicker than carrots, and they actually needed them to dress up, Yang Fan had a strange feeling in his heart. They waited in the courtyard for a long time, but the wait for a woman to dress up was already a kind of hair-raising wait, so they didn't feel that it was a long time. They just waited and waited. Suddenly, They heard a rough cry that sounded like a man or a woman coming from inside the room. It made Yang Fan shiver, and an ominous feeling suddenly surged in his heart. He rushed over as fast as he could and opened the door. Taiping's hair was tied up in a high bun, and she wore a golden buyao. She was wearing a red peony rich brocade robe, and she was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat in the middle of the room. She was graceful and beautiful like a bride about to be married. The 4 female sumo wrestlers were kneeling in front of her, crying bitterly. Yang Fan's heart immediately sank to the bottom. He stood at the door, not daring to take a step forward. Everything in front of him made him feel a strong sense of unease. He was afraid of knowing the truth. When Taiping saw him, she calmly smiled and said to the 4 female sumo wrestlers, "You all go out." No one dared to disobey her. The 4 female sumo wrestlers kowtowed to her 3 times with tears streaming down their faces, then walked backwards out of the quiet room. A moment later, the 4 female sumo wrestlers waiting outside also let out sorrowful cries. Following that, Li Yi and Zhou Min threw themselves in front of the quiet room's door and cried loudly. Yang Fan's heartstrings trembled. He slowly walked into the room and closed the door. But he could not stop the heart-wrenching cry that came from outside the door. Yang Fan walked to Taiping's side and said with a trembling voice, "What happened to you?" Taiping brightly smiled at him. Her face was so radiant that people could not look straight at her. "Erlang, I'm going." Yang Fan's face suddenly lost color. Princess Taiping smiled happily. "The 2 of us can be considered to have met the right person at the wrong time. Unfortunately, one chasing and one chasing, one leaving and one staying, it became a love calamity that I could not solve in my life. Thus, the everlasting world became the separation of the swallow. I used to hate that things remain the same, but people have changed. In fact, people and things are still there, but you and I are not the same as we were in the past. So I thought letting go like this is also a kind of relief. There are many things in life that are not right or wrong, and there is no right or wrong. Love, live, laugh, and be sad, that is enough. After all, if the heart is gone, then it is something that even I can do nothing about. But now I finally know, in fact, you still have me in your heart. I am very happy. I am different from Wan Wan is the Minister of Internal Affairs. She is talented and romantic, but monstrous power is nothing to her. She can give up everything to be with you." Yang Fan grabbed her wrist and said anxiously, "I will take you to the city to find a famous doctor." Princess Taiping shook her head peacefully and said with a smile, "It is useless. If there is an antidote for the poison I took, why would I take it? Erlang, let me finish. I am different from one. When I was born, I carried too many things. Some shackles were created by others or the situation. Some are my own choices. But no matter which one it was, I could not get rid of it. So, even if there are no other obstacles, you and I are destined to be on the same side. Regardless of these things in front of me, this is my life, my life." Taiping took a deep look at Shui Xiao's memorial tablet. When they were young, he was her cousin. When they grew up, he was her husband. She once thought that she would be with this man forever, but in the end, he left her. She should bear the responsibility for the mistakes he made. In this way, she could die proudly and not die silently in captivity like her mother. It was the same for Yang Fan in front of him. No matter how much she had experienced, no matter how much love and hate she had experienced, she had to leave when it was time to leave. She had to leave her previous path, her past stories, and her past people. It was enough. There was no such thing as eternity in the world, right? Life is like summer flowers, and death is like autumn leaves. Taiping peacefully snuggled into Yang Fan's embrace. Yang Fan held her hand. All the restraints no longer existed. His heart was filled with love and sorrow. He lowered his head and gazed at Taiping's face. Suddenly, he found a strand of white hair on her temple. Yang Fan gently pulled it out. He could not help but burst into tears. The Tang dynasty went through a series of fierce battles. The imperial family, Wu family, Wei family, second Zhang family, Taiping's party. One after another, the imperial family, the Wu family, the Wei family, the second Zhang family, the Taiping clique, one after another, Finally, everything was over. The dust settled. The imperial power was highly unified. In the 12th month of that year, on a snowy morning, the young emperor Li Sanlang decided on the New Year's title, Kai Yuan. Thus, the Tang dynasty began a new era, moving towards the peak of the Li Tang dynasty. The years of Jianghu made people grow old. The willows by the Longqing Pond had turned green many times. The lotus flowers under the hibiscus tower had bloomed many times. Another spring of the Kai Yuan year arrived. In this spring, the annual banquet for the new jinshi began again. A colorful boat carrying 30 new jinshi slowly sailed to the center of the Chu River. They recited poems, listened to songs, drank wine, and watched dances. Their songs echoed in the air, and their sleeves fluttered on the surface of the water. Suddenly, for some reason, the boat capsized. The Buddha said, "In the blink of an eye, there are 65 moments." In just a moment, the boat capsized, and the new jinshi were captured under the boat. On the top of the Wild Goose Pagoda, Lu Bingji looked at the capsized boat and smiled coldly. He turned to look at the person beside him. That person was Ashina Musi. Lu Bingji invited the world's famous doctors to treat him. Now, he could speak like an ordinary person. After Lu Bingji's patient training, his mannerisms and tone of speech had become exactly the same as Yang Fan. Lu Bingji looked at him and smiled. He said, "It has begun. From now on, you will help me get my revenge. As long as I can eradicate Shun Mu and Yang Fan and unify the succession hall, I will use all my financial and material resources to help you become the Khan of the Turks." Musi nodded deeply, revealing a smile that was exactly the same as Yang Fan's. An ox cart slowly drove to the front of the Jade Truth Temple. The curtain of the cart was lifted and a female Taoist priest walked out. Her eyes were clear like water, her brows were like distant mountains, and her waist was like a willow. She turned to look at the cart and said coquettishly, "Hey, you look like a pig now. Why are you so energetic at night? Come out." A soft hand reached into the cart and pulled out a pig named Shenmu, who looked sleepy. The two of them got off the cart and walked towards the Jade Truth Temple. When the female Taoist priest saw the two of them, they bowed and said, "Greetings, golden immortal Taoist priest. Greetings, young Master Shun." In a bamboo forest, on a stone platform, there was a chessboard. Yang Fan and Princess Yuzhen sat on one side, one holding black and the other white. They were playing chess. Li Qiang pouted and stared at him. She muttered, "Really, you don't know how to give way to others." Golden Immortal Princess walked over and smiled. "Shenyang, sister." Seeing that she was about to lose, Li Qiang took the opportunity to throw away her chess piece and ran towards Golden Immortal Princess. Shenmu looked at Yang Fan, who was smiling bitterly. He frowned and said, "I heard that something happened at the Chu River banquet. All the new jinshi that we painstakingly nurtured became the son-in-law of the Water Dragon King. You still have the mood to be so carefree?" Yang Fan rolled his eyes at him and said, "Aren't you just as carefree? What are we raising our sons for? We naturally need them to help us with this matter." By the lake of the Chu River, a pair of youths, one in green and the other in white, looked like a jade tree. On top of the Furong Pavilion, a beautiful young girl's face suddenly popped out and said coquettishly to them, "Shen Kongwen, come up quickly. I lost your sister at Shuanglu again. If you don't come and help me, I won't have a dowry in the future." The green-robed youth immediately put on a sly expression and said, "Nianrong, don't be anxious. I'll go and help you right now." The green-robed youth's mouth was full of sweet words, but his feet did not move. After he coaxed young Nianrong back to the pavilion, his expression turned solemn. He said to the white-robed youth who was standing with his hands behind his back, "Nianzu, it's really strange that none of the 30 new jinshi survived. What do you think about that pair of old men slacking off and leaving this matter to you and me to handle?" The white-robed youth said with a deep expression, "There must be something fishy about this." End of the book. Epilogue. Every ending. When C always wets himself. I'm very satisfied with the state I'm in today. Every time I end a story, I always have the idea of writing it with a phoenix head, a pig's belly, and a leopard's tail. I want to write an ending that will leave a lingering aftertaste, and I am very satisfied with this. After finishing this book, first of all, I want to express my gratitude to my readers who have always supported me. This is sincere and sincere gratitude. Without your support, it will be very difficult for me to continue writing such a long novel after so many years of writing. Thank you for your love and support for me all the time. I sincerely express my gratitude to you. Thank you. If this book can give you an unforgettable story so that you can remember some of the plots and some of the characters when you wanna, I think that's my success. However, as a creator, it's never possible to achieve perfection. At the end of every book, a good summary of one's own mistakes will help one grow, and it will be even more helpful for the creation of the next book. As for this book, it's a transformation within my historical novel. So far, it's not very successful. Among the novels I've written, if I had to rate them myself, I would give them a relatively low score. The main reason is the influence of habitual thinking. Even if I don't transmigrate, my thinking is still the habitual thinking of transmigrating. So there's a problem in the design of the story, causing the story to lack suspense. Moreover, the main character is limited by the established history, so there's not much room for him to express himself, and the excitement will be reduced. This point is not something that you can avoid if you want to change your style and realize that you're writing something different from the past. For example, my classmate Xiao Ao's new Xuanhua novel. Some readers suggested that the foreshadowing is too long, and the style of writing is like a historical novel. However, when we talked privately, he actually had a clear train of thought and also knew which aspect he should focus on in his novel. However, without experiencing it personally, he would still be affected by habitual thinking. Now, classmate Old Duan is also writing Xuanhuan. What a tragedy! I still don't know how his new book will turn out. They're all capable writers, and I believe that if they encounter a setback, it's mainly a problem of habitual thinking. After experiencing it once, they'll be able to avoid it the next time. My problem only became clear when I wrote more than 900 chapters of this book. I'm 100% sure that I can avoid problems like suspense and interest when I'm writing the next book. Speaking of the next book, perhaps a lot of students will be concerned about what I'm going to write and when I'll start writing. What a tragedy. I have a lot of problems. Can you understand? One problem actually started when I finished writing Hui Ming. I always wanted to add something more to it, but my hipster illness acted up and there was no cure. After finishing Hui Ming, I didn't care about the huge number of readers my first book had accumulated. It was as if I took the wrong medicine and insisted on writing Xuanhuan. After I finished Xuanhuan, I wasn't satisfied and went on to write City. This continued until I was criticized by a reader in the book review section. Jin Yong has only written wuxia in his entire life, and Xiong Yao has only written romance in her entire life. Why you have to try everything? Although I was scolded, I still want to change in the historical genre. As a matter of fact, after a few consecutive transmigrations, I made some slight adjustments. I changed the historical legend and stopped writing about transmigrations. My results were slightly affected, but it's not a big problem. I know where my problem lies, and I have enough confidence to make the next book more exciting. Speaking of my ideas for the next book, I really can't write Xuanhuan or Xinxia, and if I want to change, I'll lean towards City. Originally, I thought of two ideas, a city with superpowers and a historical novel. The historical novel can completely avoid the problems that Drunken Pillow encountered, and it will be very exciting. As for the city novel, it definitely won't be as realistic as All the Way Over the Rainbow. Personally, I was leaning towards writing the city novel first. In the end, not even half a month after I announced this idea, city novels encountered a frost period. There was a crackdown, and some city novel authors were beaten black and blue. Even their wives couldn't recognize them. I very sadly announced, looking at this situation, it seems like I'm forced to set the setting in the Republic of China. As a result, everyone knows, just a week after I said this, the Republic of China novel was also swept up in the wind. As a result, now I don't know if I should touch this city novel immediately. If my words are really that bad, I decided to announce one after another. I want to write Xuanhuan, I want to write Xinxia, I want to write MMO, I want to write esports, I want to write if unfortunately, I believe that the online authors will raise funds to get rid of this crow mouth of mine. All right, let's not talk about this dilemma for now. Let's talk about the helpless situation of the history genre in the wireless market. There aren't many wireless readers who are interested in the history genre, and the top 3 wireless subscribers don't have much money either. I'm thinking about putting my book in the Xianxia or Xuanhuan genre, and then tricking all the wireless readers into reading it. What if he's willing to stay? But I also feel that if I write a book that's clearly not Xianxia, wouldn't I be too thick-skinned to force myself into the popular genre? So I'm still conflicted. Seeing a mountain is a mountain. Seeing a mountain isn't a mountain. Now, seeing a mountain is still a mountain. This is the realm that I've worked hard to reach. Currently, I'm studying at the Liu Institute, mingling with the students of traditional literature. I've just passed half of the 4-month study period, but the intense collision of ideas has also triggered and greatly helped me. I've always fantasized about combining online literature and traditional literature, taking the advantages of each. Now, I finally understand. Cherish life, stay away from tradition, and firmly draw a clear line between revolution. But then again, when it comes to what I'm going to write next, I actually still want to change. But this change is different from the kind of blind change in the past. This is a conscious change. Why is it that there are still some historical authors that I haven't listed but I already know because they haven't announced that I need to keep it a secret? Are you kidding me? Changing is not only for a breakthrough in creation, but also for a breakthrough in career. Wanting to make a breakthrough in creation is a kind of responsibility. Is there any new plot to speak of after transmigrating? It's not that you don't want to innovate, but you can't innovate with a narrow and special theme. It's just like the martial arts novels of the past. You can only compete on the level of writing, but content is king. If you only rely on writing, when the readers get tired of it, you'll still be finished. If you don't succeed in breaking a new path, you retreat. You'll waste the experience you gain from setbacks. Then there's my career. I've written a total of 8 novels, all of which have sold their movie rights, all of which have been published in simplified Chinese, 7 of which have been published in traditional Chinese, except for the urban novel, which has a strong atmosphere of the mainland, 1 of which has been sold as a drama, 2 of which have been sold as a manga, and 1 of which has been sold as a mobile game. I've maintained the #1 position in Qidian for a long time, and I've even made it to the top of the rankings from time to time. But that's all there is to it. The derivative value of these novels combined is not even comparable to that of a fantasy or Xinxia novel. It took 10 years for web novels to become popular than paper novels, and it only took 2 years for the wireless version to surpass the PC version. This is the general trend, and it's also the main reason why many people in the industry rush to yin and decisively. It's a dilemma. Personally, I'm still wavering. My next book is either a historical fantasy or an urban supernatural, and I'm still wavering. If any readers have any thoughts, you can post them in the book review section to help me clarify my thoughts. Let's see which one I should write first. Thoughts are always maturing, so my choices and judgments will constantly change. The only thing that doesn't change is my love for writing. I sincerely hope that you can continue to love me and continue to support me. I love you, Ba.